Okay. Hello, and thank you for joining us for Skills 2025. First, please rename yourself as first name, last name, firm, and title. And if you're hiring, please place an asterisk before your name so people can contact you. We will invite the people who hire to share open positions during the interactive lunch break at 1:15. So until recently, I would have been Oz Ben Amram Simpson Thatcher, Chief Knowledge and Innovation Officer, but as of this month, I'm an advisor on legal tech, KM innovation, data analytics, information governance, and AI strategy. And I'm looking forward to working with many of you in this coming year. I would like to thank our presenters today, our sponsor, Disco, our skills planning committee, the admin team, the amazing Stephanie, and our friends at Legal Tech Hub for all their effort in helping us getting to today. Each year we have a single sponsor to showcase NKM Summit, and if you want to sponsor next year, please email info@skills.law. Skill is a true peer-to-peer conference. We start every year with a survey. We ask everyone at law firms and legal departments what you focused on in the prior year, what you're going to focus in the coming year, and then we ask everyone what do you want to hear about and what you would like to present on. Then we go back to everyone, ask people to vote and what they want to hear from the proposed sessions, and that's how we set the agenda. And then after the survey, we summarize everything, and every year we have a volunteer. We thank you, Ab Saraswat, for analyzing the survey, which you could find on skills.law, and Ab is also going to share key findings during one of the sessions today. So Skills started as a necessity. In 2002, I switched from being a practicing lawyer at Morrison Foerster to be responsible for knowledge management. The firm said, "You are it, go figure it out." So I reached out to colleagues from other firms who've been doing it and asked them, "What do you do and what should we prioritize?" And we started creating a hypothetical law firm. What are the key topics they need to focus on? And then we start learning from each other and we learn from mistakes of each other. And I think the reason we became such a collaborative effort are because of the people who were in the room at the time, especially Michael Mills, which we remember, who after being a partner at Mary Brown went to Davis Polk to start the legal tech KM and was especially generous. We're going to go to talk about Michael Mills in a second. Pre-pandemic, Skills was a one-day event where knowledge and innovation leaders from top firms get together to share knowledge and experiences. It started after Legal Tech, what's called Legal Week now. And then during the pandemic, when we switched to Zoom, we decided to open it for everyone in the first day. So the showcase today is open to the public. It's being recorded. And the idea is to give you a glimpse of what peers are working on and what are the key takeaways and learning from the journey. Today's broadcast on YouTube, and the recording will be available for viewing on skills.law afterwards, other than the breakout rooms, which we're going to get to in a second. The KM Summit is held in March. It's a closed-door event attended by the top law firms and knowledge innovation leaders, where we dive more into in-depth, share some scars, and learning with our peers. So let's talk about the agenda for today. Each segment comprised of a content session followed by 3 showcase sessions and then a breakout room to discuss. The people on the Zoom get to go to the breakout room. People on the live stream cannot see the breakout room. So we ask the breakout room to be honest, and we ask you not to quote other people about what they said. If you do want to share any findings, you could use the hashtag SkillsLaw. And again, don't associate things with people in the breakout rooms, but whatever you could see on the live session is going to be available publicly. At the end of each 3 sessions, we're going to go to breakout rooms, and we ask you to jump into them immediately, turn on your camera and mic, and start talking about the questions that the moderator will present to you. And at the end of each breakout room, you're also going to have a short survey. We're going to ask you how inspiring and helpful the session was. And at the end of the day, we're going to announce the winner. Please use the chat to ask your questions. So the chat is open for everyone. You could chat and comment about what you see. But if you do have a question, please start with the word question in all caps, so the moderator will be able to see it and treat it. Your feedback was heard, so we got a little shorter day. We start at 10 to allow for our friends in California, and we're going to end a little earlier so our friends in Europe and the UK can go to sleep. But because of that, it meant that we have fewer sessions live. There are several 5 sessions that got voted really high, but just didn't make the cut. So during the lunch break at 1:15, we're going to invite the presenters of those each to give 60-second advertisements for the session, and then we're going to invite you all to go and see them on Skills.law with the rest of the things that if you want to share. On the site, you'll be able to see the full recording, and you're also going to see each one of the session individually in case you want to share it with your team or have a conversation about it. We, at lunch break, in addition to the 5 presenters, we're going to have an open forum for all the people who are hiring to advertise the positions they're interested. And then we're just going to have an open discussion. Now, I'm happy to invite Katie DeBoer to introduce our first panel. Before I invite her, let's just go about 2 things. First of all, the conversation continues at skills.law on the LinkedIn page for Skills and with the hashtag SkillsLaw. And I want to mention about Michael, about the rules of the engagement. So join the conversation. Today's presentations are going to be live, so anything you say or can be used in court as evidence. Use the chat to talk, but also to ask the questions during the sessions. During the presentation, please mute yourself and submit questions. Type the word questions. Answer the polls immediately. It will only come up in the last 60 seconds of the session, so you have a few seconds to answer that. In the breakout room, jump straight to the conversation. Turn on your camera. Accept the invite. Only 15 minutes to talk about the content session in the 3, so don't waste too much time on introducing yourself. And then if you need help, email info@skills.law and you'll get help as long as you put your number. I'm very pleased to report that we were able to establish a scholarship fund in the name of Michael Mills, the Michael Mills Memorial Legal Tech Scholarship Funds at Cornell Tech. I invite you to take out your phone and take a scan of this. And Skills is free. It's from the community, for the community. And one of the things we hope to do is to get several people to learn more about legal tech and to do it through the scholarship that we established. We raised so far from people on this call $250,000, which means the scholarship is going to happen this coming September. But for the scholarship to be perpetual, we need to reach the $500,000. So we're halfway there. We're just over halfway there, but we really want to encourage everyone to play it forward and to invite. We want to invite you all to contribute. With that, I believe I'm going to invite Katie to introduce our first panel. Katie is Disco's Vice President of Product Strategy. And we all remember her as a litigation partner, and afterwards Chief Innovation Officer at Bryan Cave, Lighton Praisner, where she focused on optimizing legal services. The fun fact about Katie, her first job out of college was as a CIA analyst. And with that, Katie, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thanks, Oz. You know, I'm really privileged to kick this day off. I've always thought very highly of this group. I know many of you, and I know you have a great agenda today. I'm very excited to introduce this panel. This panel is, you know, everybody on this panel, as all of you know, are industry veterans. We have a very interesting topic here, the human aspects of adopting AI. Talking about the economic rationality of adopting AI, its impact on the legal market, and deployment strategies and challenges, really all the stuff that we're thinking about right now. Our first panelist is Greta Russino. She's Managing Director and Head of Advisory Services at Citi Law Firm Group. She co-authored the 2025 Citi Hildebrand Client Advisory, which discusses, among other things, the growth opportunities and challenges for law firm adoption of generative AI. Then we have Toby Brown, who is CEO at Deviate Legal Strategy. He's a board member at Legal Value Network and president of the board at Sally. What Toby doesn't know is that I've been a fangirl or girl fan. I don't know what the phrase, I don't know what the phrase is, of Toby's for close to 10 years now. I think Toby previously was in the C-suite at an Law 50 firm and really set the benchmark and was a trailblazer for law firm pricing and profitability strategies, which, as we all know, goes hand in glove with innovation and technology. And then finally, we have Sarah Poland, who's Global Director of Knowledge at Baker McKenzie. She globally leads the knowledge lawyers, the KM managers, the information and research teams, and other global knowledge experts. And she's at the forefront of looking at how we can redefine AI's role in knowledge management. And thanks again to the Skills community for allowing us to be the sponsor of this year's program. Again, we're very excited. So with that, Greta, we're going to start off with you. And let's talk about the 2025 client advisory that you authored. And let's talk first about what you all found with respect to, just to set the table, with respect to the financial projections concerning law firm revenue growth in 2025.
Thanks, Katie, and hi everyone. It's a joy to be a part of this. As Oz will well know, I've got a deep and long history in knowledge management, so it's quite nice to be able to come back into this group, which I think I've been a part of since 2002. So in my current role, and it's been my role for 15 years now, I study the economics of law firms, and as Katie mentioned, recently released our 2025 City Hildebrandt Client Advisory. Look, we're expecting a good year, but let me start by just talking a little bit about what we saw in 24. This will probably come down as one of the best years ever we've seen in this industry. Our early projections are showing that demand growth, which historically is somewhere in the 1.5% growth range, will probably end up roughly around 3% growth, so twice the rate of growth that we would typically see. I think we're expecting revenue growth somewhere around 10% and double-digit profitability results, whether that be net income or profit per equity partner. So it was a very strong year, and that was even in an environment where transactional work was pretty soft. What we saw, however, was strong performance across a range of other practices, whether it be litigation, regulatory work, particularly antitrust, a lot of funds, investment management work, a lot of bankruptcy and restructuring. And we're anticipating that we'll see broad-based M&A work return. We certainly saw large cap M&A fueling a lot of the Am Law 50 firms, particularly some of the most profitable firms in the market. And it's just our expectation that as we see a rebound in M&A across all segments of the law firm industry, together with the continued strong performance of those other practices that fueled the strong growth we saw in 24, this is going to be a very good year for the industry. So just pure economics is telling us that we're in for a pretty positive year. I would just mention, I spend a lot of my time these days talking to the managing partners and chairs, executive committees, the EDs and the CFOs of your firms. And we ask them each year to tell us where, what's top of mind for them 2 years out. And that's really the basis of the client advisory text. So let me sort of just bottom line for you that I think there's been very much a growth mindset among particularly the Am Law 50 firms in recent years, and that is likely to continue. What I mean by that is that in an industry where growth has been hard to come by organically, firms have been understanding that they need to by that growth from other firms. So we've seen a lot of lateral activity. You've probably seen a lot of movement in the partnerships of your firms in recent years. They're very much of the mindset that they are going to continue to increase their scale through fairly sort of strategic and targeted growth in order to capture more market share from their existing client base, and also more market share by being able to capture work from clients who may not have paid attention to the firms in the past. Once they've done that, they've then got to figure out how to unlock the platform. So it's one thing to bring on a whole bunch of new laterals into the firm. It's a whole other challenge for the partnership to start to build relationships between old and new, and really look at ways that they can go to their existing client base and introduce the full range of services that the firm can now offer. And I just say, and I think, bringing it back to what we're here to talk about, at number 3, in terms of their opportunities over the next couple of years, they talk about the opportunity of digital transformation. And I'd have to say that probably, one of the top 3 topics of conversation throughout all of the hundreds of meetings I would have done last year, my team would have done with law firm leadership, generative AI was absolutely one of the top 3. Growth in general, the growth of the income partner category is another huge area, but no, most definitely generative AI and the opportunities that it will bring to firms is absolutely on the minds of the leadership of your firms. So let me just take you through, we asked them to tell us what the top lessons learned have been in the last year or two of seeing generative AI hit their radars. The first thing that I heard repeatedly last year was that there's a skepticism about the maturity of a number of the generative AI tools that have hit the market so far. But having said that, it's not enough for firm leadership to be dismissive of generative AI. I think the way I characterised it when I was writing the client advisory was, don't believe the hype, but things can change very quickly. So what I heard time and again was that law firms felt that they had a ton of generative AI solutions flooding the market. They felt compelled to assess all of them. And, they've described that as sort of the reverse of a typical technology requirements definition, where in the past you would have defined a business need, then you would have gone to the market and looked at the various technology solutions and assessed which one was appropriate for your business needs. That has just been turned on its head. Now, firms have felt that they've had to try out everything, only to then discover that there's a range in the maturity level of some of these tools. And so there's been this massive time sink, only to then come to the conclusion that some of these tools just aren't quite market ready. But it hasn't dissuaded them from paying close attention. They understand that it could just turn on a dime, and that they must spend the time and the resources looking at these tools. Second key lesson learned is the recognition that there's a lot of human input that's needed. So part of that is the testing of generative AI tools, but also an understanding that there's going to have to be a very significant shift in behaviours. So, it's great if they roll out a pilot. The tool might be seen as sort of a shiny new tool for a while. There's a novelty factor, but just an understanding that firms are going to have to build a whole framework around the implementation and the constant maintenance of these Gen AI tools, and also getting lawyers to change the way they practice law and bring those tools into their way of working. Having said that, lesson number 3, generative AI will likely augment, not replace the work of lawyers. We asked firms to tell us short-term and longer-term what impact they think Gen AI is going to have on lawyer leverage. There is not a view that in the next couple of years we're going to see a wholesale reduction in the leverage model. In fact, close to half of large law firm leaders tell us that they really just don't know what impact it's going to have over the next couple of years. And for over 40%, they are saying flat out, no impact in the next 2 years. You ask them, okay, what do you think is going to happen a decade out? And the view is still roughly half, a little over half, believe that Gen AI, they still don't know, it's just too soon to tell. But for the rest, they believe that it will have an impact. A lot of firm leaders I talk to don't believe that the leverage model is going to shrink. They just think that the shape of it is going to change. So fewer junior associates, but more demand for senior expertise. So the big question for firms will be, how are you going to develop senior associates, senior lawyers in your business if you're going to have fewer first and second year associates in the first place? So one of the big challenges ahead for them. A lot of effort around building robust governance structures around the use of data with Gen AI tools, assessing the various risks and developing use policies. And I think hand in glove with this is an understanding that, you know, the old adage of garbage in, garbage out is really on steroids when it comes to generative AI tools. I mean, just as on a lark, we fed the client advisory into a Gen AI tool, turned it into what sounded like a very sophisticated podcast. And it sounded great, but the content, frankly, was garbage. And yet, if that was released into the wild, it would sound, you know, very authoritative about themes that, you know, the tool clearly didn't really understand. The final lesson learned that law firm leaders are very focused on is just what does all of this mean for the client, and a recognition that it's taken some time to get clients comfortable with cloud computing. We've finally got to that point. They still don't think, or they certainly hear that their clients are not yet keen for their own content to be fed through generative AI tools in general. So that is another issue that's top of mind. A couple of other things I'll touch on, and then I do want to pause because I know we have other speakers here. I know that Toby's going to talk about the impact on pricing. Couple of just comments on that. So far, top law firms tell us, or the large law firms tell us, they've spent less than 1% of revenue on generative AI so far. That's going to change. They know that this is going to cost them a lot of money. Meanwhile, they're going to be spending fewer hours producing the work. So the big question, frankly, I think, is how are they going to recover the huge cost associated with generative AI? And if there's ever going to be a push toward value-based pricing, it would have to be this. Having said that, all of our research, and I know Toby's going to speak with greater authority on this, all of our researchers show that for all the talk around alternative fee arrangements, it still only accounts for less than 20% of overall firm revenue. So there is definitely work to be done there. I'm going to pause and turn it over to others.
Yeah, no, I think thanks, Greta, and absolutely, Toby, you've talked a lot about these tensions of the increase of productivity of Gen AI, resulting in smaller margins, and the whole issue of also cost recovery as law firms implement Gen AI tools. So why don't you talk to us a bit about, from the economist perspective, what do you see happening in the legal market as these firms, especially the top 50, adopt Gen AI? And what do you think? Are we going to get rid of the billable model?
Well, thank you, Katie, and also thank you very much for that kind introduction. And I'm also happy to be here. And I'll hopefully tie some themes together here. My educational background is economics. So the core economic question I ask is what happens in a service industry that bills on time and materials that experiences a major increase in productivity. And by productivity, I don't mean more billable hours. I mean fewer hours to produce the same output. And to give a quick analogy, in 1900, 40% of the US labor force was employed in agriculture. Today, it's 2%. And that is decades of relentless pursuit of productivity increases. The other aspect of this from economics is this is value creation. This innovation creates value. And so the question, and Greta was getting to it, is who captures that value? So I was fortunate to be partnering with a couple of very good friends of mine, Greg Lambert and Ryan McLeod, and we were able to obtain access to $500 million of billings, legal billings, anonymized legal billings. And we queried it and said, how many of these time entries have the words draft or review in them? Because we figured that those would be the sort of primary targets, not the only targets, but the primary targets of AI. And the answer is 40% of the time entries, but it represented 46% of the revenue. So there is a significant opportunity for value creation and value capture. So what I did was I took an anonymized M&A matter, and I went with what I call a 520, which is I disrupted, which is a kind way of saying I got rid of 5% of partner time and 20% of associate time. Now, do I think that's capable right now? Absolutely not. Do I think it's capable in the future? Very much. You know, is it a year? Is it 2? Is it 5? I don't know, but that will come. So in that model, what happened was the revenue dropped by 13%, but more importantly, the profit margins dropped by 11%. That's in this specific model. Other models, I've had it range from like 8 to 11%. So we're talking about ROI, and we're talking about all the money law firms are spending on this. What this means is the value capture is now occurring with the providers, not with the law firms. And the ROI is actually negative. Another aspect of this that people don't talk about, and this is that Harvard Boston Consulting Group exercise that was done, is not only is it faster and cheaper, it's better. So when I talk to firms, I say, what this will give you is competitive advantage. If you took this and said, I'm going to full force lay this into an M&A practice, at the end of that, the M&A practice would have immense competitive advantage. And it's not, oh, we're better lawyers. It's a more pronounced competitive advantage. But let's be honest. Law firms are incapable. And I've written a paper on this. It was cut into 3 pieces, and Thomson Reuters published it. The structure of law firms, they are incapable of being strategic in the deployment of this. So what I'm saying, what other people are saying, is that what law firms are doing, and this will, well, wait, let me take one pause here, because Greta brought up pricing. Everyone's like, oh, we're just going to go to fixed fee pricing. And my answer to that is, that's hilarious. Law firms and legal departments are not capable of billing by the fee. And what I mean by that is they don't know how to scope, they don't know how to evaluate a statement of work, and they don't know how to manage to changes in scope. So it's literally impossible for them to go, I'm going to charge $100,000 for this. In fact, I can tell you numerous times when I've talked to clients and said, the fee's going to be $100,000, they go, I don't know how to assess whether that's a good fee or a bad fee. So absent them having the skills to do this, going to fixed fees is a fantasy. I don't see how that can happen. I've also heard people say, oh, we'll charge a premium on our hours. Also, not going to happen. There is a market for billing rates. There is data out there. And it's like, you can't just say, oh, I'm going to charge 10, 20% more than the market. The clients are going to go, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. So let's get back to what we're seeing happen. What I'm seeing happen is law firms are, in fact, Ryan, I hope you're okay if I quote you here. He calls this the unholy alliance. And what it is law firm leaderships are saying, COO, what are we doing? We need to be doing AI. And I'll pick on Harvey. The Harveys of the world are selling this stuff. So the COO goes to Harvey and buys 100 licenses. So the COO can go, victory, we're doing something with AI. Harvey is going, victory, we just got a recurring revenue deal with that law firm. So how much value was transferred in that? And I can tell you from talking to a number of firms, the 100 licenses, and I picked that number because it makes the math easy for me, maybe a quarter of those licenses are actually being used to do use cases. Now, what are those use cases? This is even more damning. Most of the firms don't know. They're just partner X is doing this, partner Y is doing that, partner Z is doing whatever. Now, is all of that value creation in terms of service delivery versus back office? No, but there is some of that occurring where the partner goes, oh, I can take this contract and with this prompt set, I can review this contract in 1/10 of the time. So they just destroyed 90% of the billable hours in that task. No one's, to my knowledge, measuring that, or if there are, they're extremely few and far between. The last thing I'll say is I sat through, Greta made a comment about sort of the maturity of the technology. I have sat through numerous AI presentations / demos to law firms. Not in any of those did the law firm say, here is what I want to do with this. They just said, show me your AI. So to me, this is completely random. It's not strategic. The last thing I'll say I'm hearing is, and this is really about the people part as this session is on, is pilot burnout. I was at the Legal Tech Fund Summit in December in Miami, and there is just a mass of these popping up. Our AI can do this, it can do that, it can do that. Law firms can only consume so many new applications in a year. And their first push was all these, I'll call them just frontier sort of generic AI tools that don't do anything. You have to figure out what to do with them. So already the lawyers are burning out on this. So sorry, I'm the wet blanket here, but I think law firms are really going to struggle around this. Do I think there is massive value creation? Absolutely. And now I'm going to put just one more little twist here. Do you know who's capturing value right now? Power companies, data centers, chip makers. So law firms are at the very tail end of this value creation chain. And so what is going to be left by the time they figure it out? I don't know. I don't know how long this is going to take. Okay, I'm going to give one last comment. I don't see lawyers, and more specifically law firm partners, fighting this. I see them ignoring it because you're going to a lawyer, and Katie, I don't know if it was you or Greta who talked about service delivery. You're asking a lawyer to change the way they deliver legal services. Do you know how many of them are going to be willing to do that? The number is very low because what you're saying is risk your career by changing the way you do the work, and it may lower the quality of your output. They're going to go, yeah, no, I don't have time to do this. I'm doing it the way I do it because it provides outcomes that my clients want. Okay, that was it. I can stop. Thanks, Katie.
Do you think, and this may be a Greta question too, but with Greta, with the projected growth in AI investments in 2025, do you think law firms are growing those investments while honing their strategies around AI adoption, or is it still going to be as haphazard in 2025 as it has been previously?
I don't think that they're going to be investing more until they feel comfortable that that the solutions are mature enough. I think what we've seen so far is sort of a bit of dipping your toe in the water. So, that's sort of why I highlight it's less than 1% at the moment. I think like average technology spend at the moment is more like about 4%. So I think what's going to probably happen is that until their comfort level increases, we're going to see a reluctance to spend any more than they have to. There's also, I think, a mindset among firm leaders at least, that it's not worth it to be trying to develop your own tools. It's only a matter of time before there's an industry, a tool that's sort of widely adopted by the industry, and so it's just worth waiting it out. I mean, Sarah might have a very different view. I think there's in my experience, there's a handful of firms like Baker McKenzie who see the value in experimenting at this stage. Might be a good segue for Sarah just to chime in. But
exactly.
I'll preface this by saying there are some exceptions, and Sarah, fortunately, is going to talk about one of them.
Yeah.
But I don't know, Katie, if you saw me actually laugh when you said AI strategy.
Yeah, no, I know, and I understand the comedy behind
it. AI strategy presumes a business strategy.
Yeah.
In my opinion, you shouldn't have an AI strategy. You should have a business strategy that would direct you to how you leverage AI.
Yep.
And firms have strategies, but they're very, very weak, because if a firm comes out, in fact, Katie, your old firm did this. If they come out and say, these are the 3 things that we're going to focus our firm on, 80% of the 77% of the partners in the firm are going to go, that's not me. You just told me I don't belong at this firm. So firms are very hesitant to actually come out with a strategy, a real strategy. I have a friend of mine whose firm I won't name. I'm horrible at naming firms. Was doing an AI strategy group, and I'm like, what sort of BS is this? I mean, if you have a firm strategy, it should. In fact, I'm consulting with a lawyer, and I'm like, you have a bright light that says this is what you want to accomplish. Any AI decisions need to be measured against that, to say, does this drive a successful outcome? And in fact, one of the factors that we've identified is speed, because this is a transactional practice, and he's already seeing the speed of business start to increase as clients are adopting AI, and they want their deals to close faster. So speed is one of his filters to say, are we on track? So I'll stop there, and then let's give Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sarah, I mean, I think one of the challenges for law firms as a whole is that not all of them have the resources to, as Toby said, clearly not all of them, nor a large proportion of them have articulated business strategies. But, beyond that, even if they do, they don't necessarily have the resources to truly evaluate AI tools, or know how to marry the AI strategy with the business strategy. So talk to us a little bit about what your firm is doing, and how you're marrying those 2 strategies, and what you found to be successful versus unsuccessful in that adoption.
Thank you, Katie, and like the others, really pleased to be here today. And you can see the size of the problem and effort that we have, people like myself, in the law firms. And a lot of what was said resonates with me, although I would appreciate being called the exception in terms of our certainly addressing some of those more challenging aspects. But certainly you've asked me to kind of comment on Knowledge's involvement in the deployment and what we're doing at Baker McKenzie. There are a couple of approaches in terms of our deployment, but perhaps picking up on some underlying activities to address some of those comments that have been raised by Greta and Toby first. First of all, strategic alignment, absolutely. We realized that very early on when looking at the first tools that we were kind of testing and piloting with. There needs to be a really clear understanding of the business need or client use and why you're looking at it in the first place. And as we're all acknowledging, that in turn has to relate back to the firm-wide strategy or business or practice strategy that you're looking at in practice. What we kind of also had to articulate fairly early on is the value we are going after when we are testing and wanting to kind of move forward with that tool. That means that we're from the get-go identifying different data points that we will track through that testing period and report on in order to better understand whether we anticipate we will see the value out of these particular tools that we were looking at. So right from the beginning, identifying kind of what the value is and alignment with the strategy has certainly been very important. Another area that I would call out would be the roles and who's involved and who's not. You mentioned a lot of people don't have a lot of resource there. In Baker McKenzie, we might have specific teams, data analytic teams, machine learning teams, and additional resources coming in which are focusing and kind of experts in these fields. But that said, all of us are turning our attention to helping in terms of testing and experimenting and deploying at the end of the day. Knowledge plays a key role in that. We're embedded in our practices. We understand law, we understand the legal workflows, we understand risk, we understand content, we understand the technology, but also it's very collaborative, cross-functional. Like any other time, this is the moment when the natural cross-functional behavior is kicking into play and really brings the benefits in what we're trying to do in our deployment in Baker's. Roles and responsibilities, part of any AI governance framework and responsible use has been important to identify in our deployment, so we know who is doing what, who is responsible and owning. And that really changes from pre-deployment to post-deployment. At post-deployment stage, it has to pass into our practices, into our functional leads to own what is happening on the ground. Otherwise, we are not going to see that value and return on investment ultimately. Just a couple of the other points. Content is massive, of course, and the data that sits behind that. So we're really thinking about and considering what are our critical content sets, what is the content that is going to underpin these tools, is it in order, and are we really going to be able to leverage the tools if we have the content and data in place? So everyone knows that, but a really important point to make. In terms of deployment approaches themselves, I'll just call two out, and then I'll talk a little bit about use cases before we kind of hand back to you, Katie. First of all, in terms of deployment, we started off by that kind of general AI cycle that I think everybody knows, the governance cycle, starting with identifying the value, going on to think about and prepare the data and the content sitting under that, doing all the risk assessments and security reviews, preparing to move into that testing phase, reporting back, doing a pilot, preparing to launching, and then really importantly, following up on what's the impact on the business, what value are we seeing back out of it and coming all the way back round. That's pretty common out there. That's where we started. It's by far the easiest approach to get comfortable with. You can kind of feel your way around that cycle. And actually, really importantly, in testing, it provides the opportunity to learn and develop our own skill sets as well. So don't underestimate the opportunity of learning as you're doing the testing with third-party tools. The other approach that we use, which is based on that kind of Gen AI cycle, is enterprise deployment. And the only way we're going to be able to do that successfully, particularly in a firm like Baker McKenzie, is by chunking it up. So we have leads for each of our practices, because the way we deploy and what it means on the ground to our lawyers in a transactional or advisory practice would be very different. And likewise, on the business professional side, each of our functions have a lead that are kind of really working out what is the impact going to be, how can we best leverage value from the tools that are coming. On use cases then, we do deploy based on use cases, Toby, just to say it takes work and effort to understand what those are. And also I would say there's a maturity process to those use cases. We now know in order to best leverage value, we have to come at a particular use of tool from a number of different perspectives. So it might be from a practice perspective, a persona perspective, a single-use perspective, a large-scale perspective, but we do come at it from multiple angles. We're learning that again leverages out the value more than it would do if you just focus in any particular way. I would also add that whilst we start with kind of siloed use cases, ultimately we know, all the reports are out there for you to read, that it's actually getting successive multiple use cases into workflows that is going to make that change in behavior we were talking about a moment ago, and really again see the difference ultimately in how our lawyers are successfully using these tools in practice. We are wanting to fully leverage our tech on information and research stacks and our third-party trusted relationships. That's really important to us. But there is also an important space for very bespoke development in particular areas and on particular client matters that are important to us. So it is a bit of both, but certainly we are very, very busy on deploying the general tools and specific third-party tools that we're taking in.
And Sarah, Toby mentioned, and I think we've all felt the pain of this, the difficulty in convincing lawyers to do it in the first place. And you talked a lot about making it easier, making adoption easier, right? Which I think is really critical, and also helping lawyers in practice-specific areas understand the value to their practices. It's not just a training session generally on how this tool works. It's really, personal in terms of how is this going to make your life better. Have you found any other strategies or had experience, that didn't work, where just from an emotional perspective, getting the lawyers to be excited about technology adoption and not fearful of it, or just think it's one more thing that they have to learn that they don't have time to learn?
So yes, I mean, as has been said, we go in very excited to test a tool, and it doesn't always come up to what we're expecting to get out of that. So yes, we have examples of that, and everything we test, we obviously don't move forward. That is the whole benefit of testing. We're very particular in terms of what we test, as we said, in terms of its alignment and its relationship with our trusted third parties. So there is that element for sure. We also know when we get it into the hands of our lawyers, they are expecting it to be, as somebody said to me the other day, the oracle, the silver bullet, the answer to everything. And it's on us to set the expectations appropriately and the mindset as to how to use tools that are performing like that, where they are relevant to be used in that context. Otherwise, their reaction is immediately, okay, this doesn't work, I don't like it, and that's the end of it. So we've had to grapple and know that and anticipate it and get ahead of that, I suppose, to avoid that happening in practice. For us, it's really important around, I think Greta was saying, verification, augmentation, supervision. And that's the context within which the appropriate use, within which we are launching these tools, and how it's used in advisory and how it's used in transactional will be very, very different. I think there is a report out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna interrupt you just because we are at time, but I think it's a perfect segue for Lucy's next session. And I want to thank all of the panelists this opening session today. This was awesome. And I turn it over to you, Lucy.
Thank you, Katie, and thank you, everyone. That was fantastic. A really insightful panel to kick off the day, and it really frames the rest of our day, sort of a wider context of the development of AI in the legal profession. Some questions came in. When we don't have time to have live question and answer session for this panel, so the panelists will look at the questions in the chat, and I'm sure they will come back to you in the chat. So welcome to the first of our 3 segments today. This one is focusing on how humans are leveraging AI for the benefit of their businesses. And it's really lovely to see how AI is now proving itself and being used in the field. Before we go into the first session, please remember, put question in capitals before your questions so we can pick them up in the Q&A. And we're going to kick off with our first video in which Paul Weiss shows how they embedded Harvey across their business through a comprehensive engagement program.
When generative AI emerged 2 years ago, it disrupted our knowledge management strategy. How would we manage the risks, secure partner buy-in, and establish clear policies and workflows? What were the relevant use cases? Which models, vendors, and applications should we be using? While these questions are critical, in 2024, we made a strategic decision to focus energy and resources on what we believe to be the most critical step, getting the tool into the hands of our lawyers. Why? Gen AI demands behavioral change and new ways of working. The experience of using these tools is deeply personal. Everyone can approach them differently. Unlike traditional legal tech tools, Gen AI doesn't direct you on how to use it. By putting the tools in the hands of as many lawyers as possible, we aim to allow top-of-mind use cases to emerge organically and filter up through the firm. This strategy was also driven by increasing client expectations. They want to see how tools like Harvey can directly benefit them. More importantly, they are looking to us for guidance on how AI can be implemented within their organizations. To meet these expectations, our attorneys need to do more than just learn about AI. They need to deeply understand its capabilities and communicate its benefits clearly to clients. They need the skills to distinguish between impactful use cases and overhyped features. To address this, we initially relied on customized demos tailored to specific practice groups and attorney seniority. These demos were met with excitement. Lawyers were left inspired by Gen AI's potential. They positioned the Paul Weiss Knowledge and Innovation team as the firm's go-to AI resource for both client-facing and internal initiatives, leading to high-stakes opportunities and strategic engagements. From these efforts, a group of power users emerged, individuals who tested features and championed AI adoption. However, as we progressed, our high-touch, highly regarded approach revealed its limitations. As the tool evolved with new features and capabilities, our resource-intensive demos became unsustainable. While lawyers were amazed during our sessions, they often struggled to apply the tech effectively afterward. For example, despite repeated messaging, lawyers continued to use Gen AI solutions for tasks it wasn't designed for, like asking legal research questions or about current events. This revealed a deeper issue. Passive learning during demos wasn't helping lawyers build the muscle memory they needed to use the tool effectively. It became clear that we needed a scalable solution that actively engaged users in hands-on learning.
The turning point came with our Summer Associate Hackathon. Unlike passive demos, the hackathon required participants to actively engage with the tool by tackling a real-world assignment and preparing a mock presentation to a client on the tool's value add. By doing, rather than watching, participants internalized best practices, unlocked creativity, and demonstrated the value of experiential learning. After the hackathon, we made the decision to take elements of our initial training strategy and combine them with interactive elements of the hackathon. When approaching this change, a few key points arose. Everything needed to be scalable, and we wanted to facilitate peer-to-peer training. We decided to bifurcate our training efforts. We realized that the initial education component on what AI is and the do's and don'ts was the same across practices and trainings, and we could separate the initial disclaimers from the fun stuff. The initial education component, which provides guidance on the underlying technology, inherent risks, and ethical obligations, would be delivered in a practice-agnostic way via video training and serve as a prerequisite to access. With the I-dotting and T-crossing out of the way, we wanted to build on what worked in the hackathon. The hands-on assignment-based learning that worked so well for our summer associates inspired us to create opportunities for hands-on interactive workshops. We aim to build power users throughout our organization with an end goal of facilitating peer-to-peer learning.
Our initial step focused on building power users has been collaborating with Harvey on developing the Level Up workshops. The series includes 4 initial offerings, a foundations course and an advanced course for each of litigation and corporate. Like our previous trainings, we've kept them small, but everything else has changed. These trainings are optional, which surfaces attorneys aiming to be Harvey power users. Previously, we handled all tech training internally. Here, we brought in the Harvey team to co-develop the workshop with us and lead the sessions. The trainings expanded from 30 to 60 minutes with an aim to have at least 75% of time as interactive. We launched the series with only in-person offerings, making it easier to identify exercises and discussion prompts that facilitated engagement. Assignments are carefully crafted to deliver specific lessons to the users while also not being so tailored to practice groups that it stifles creativity going forward. We are also looking at downstream initiatives to further build power users and help them share their knowledge and experiences with their peers. Early feedback has been emphatic. Attorneys are having fun while developing critical skills, and engagement is translating into meaningful adoption with a noticeable uptick in Harvey usage among workshop attendees. This suggests that our hands-on approach is successfully bridging the gap between interest and implementation. Listening to someone describe how an application should not be used and its related limitations can be extremely dry material. However, by letting the attendees experience it for themselves, they have come out describing the training as fun while also pointing to its most useful lesson, gaining and understanding the tool's limitations and learning how to use them responsibly within those constraints. Attendees give the training high marks while also seeking out more training opportunities. 25% of foundation course attendees have come back to attend the advanced application session. This stat is key. You will have your users that instantly get it. It is important to facilitate their growth and highlight their successes, but you also need to help people who don't instantly get it and want badly to get better. Their story will be more relatable to your average user and is even more important to tell.
These successful outcomes arose from several key principles that the Paul Weiss team discovered through developing the series, and that we at Harvey have adopted broadly in our training and enablement process. First, we've learned that practical engagement is non-negotiable. So rather than walking through slides or watching demonstrations, our workshops immerse participants in hands-on exercises within the first few minutes. Second, we've embraced failure as an essential teacher. So by creating a safe space for experimentation, lawyers discover not just what AI can do, but also what it can't. The strengths and weaknesses of AI tools are often surprising and non-intuitive, and this understanding is crucial for developing sound professional judgment about when and how to leverage AI tools effectively. And third, we've learned to proactively address the full spectrum of perspectives in our workshops, encouraging power users and skeptics to share the same training space. We're not presenting AI tools like Harvey as panacea or complete solution. Instead, we frame them as the beginning of a journey. This transparency about both capabilities and limitations helps build trust with skeptics while keeping enthusiasm grounded in reality. It's not about whether to use AI, but rather about understanding how to get the most value from these technologies as they currently exist. And finally, we've recognized that continuous learning is essential to reinforce skills and encourage sustained AI adoption. So our workshops aren't one and done events, but rather they're part of an ongoing conversation about integrating AI into day-to-day legal practice.
Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Mike Ross, and hopefully we'll have Jake from Harvey joining us anyway. Perfect timing, brilliant. So thank you very much for that. It was great to see, such a clear explanation of your training journey. And what I loved, you talked about, embracing failure. And I like the way that, in the training, you had some corrections in terms of evolving the program. And I wanted to kick off with a question. You talk about the interactive elements of the training, and I wonder if you could describe what those were.
Yeah, thanks, Lucy. Absolutely. So this is something that's constantly evolving, but there's really 3 types of exercises that we've incorporated. The first is going to be a step into exercise. So that's an exercise that's designed for beginners to follow along with the group leader and just basically learn by using the tool. So something simple in terms of just saving a prompt to your library, reusing prompts that you've saved to your library, things like that. The second would be a mini game. So why tell somebody what the date cutoff is of an LLM when you can turn that into a fun little exercise that basically teaches them and equips them how to flesh that out going forward themselves. The third would be a mock assignment, and that's really the core of what we built here. That's going to be a scaled down example of how users could use the tool in the real world. So they're given a fake email from a partner that asks them to complete a task. They split into small groups and then tackle the assignment without much guidance. A list of questions is presented to them at the beginning, and that they know at that point that we'll come back together and discuss at the end. Questions like strengths and weaknesses of the tool, How would they verify the result? How would they use the tool in practice? Every assignment is designed, as we said in the presentation, to highlight a moral of the story, unearthing hidden truths within the software. The assignments are designed to be relatable to large audiences, regardless of practice group or skill levels. So it's a real kind of art over a science in terms of getting these things put into place, but really we're, kind of keeping those morals in mind.
And how would you recommend? We've got Jake here working with an external provider to build up the training and rolling it out.
Yeah, this is also something that's really evolved as the trainings have progressed. Really parsing out what pieces a vendor can and should handle is key to keeping these trainings scalable. The world is changing so fast around this stuff. Vendors are pushing out changes to interfaces, new features on a regular basis. So we really need to rely on the vendors to help us stay up to date. As we said in the video portion, these new features contain hidden limitations. And getting the vendors to be upfront with you about those things and suggesting assignments that highlight them is really helpful. As somebody who myself formerly worked in customer success, Harvey's really gone above and beyond with us and from a customer success standpoint. I think all law firms need to push for this from our vendors, let them know this is a must. Vendors throwing features over the fence without any guidance on how to use them is really a recipe for stifling innovation in the long run. And, I'd love to hear Jake speak to Harvey's, approach to customer success.
Jake, I don't want to stop you, but just to note, the poll's come up. We've got a minute to fill in the poll. Do it quickly. So that means, Jake, you've got a minute.
Sounds great. I'll keep this pretty high level. I certainly, we've loved working with Mike and the Paul Weiss team. And I think, the work that we've done with Paul Weiss is pretty emblematic of our general approach to customer success. We really view our relationships with our Harvey clients and customers as partnerships. We take a very, very high touch, white glove approach. We have dozens of attorneys at Harvey in customer success and other customer facing roles. And we hold ourselves to a really, really high standard. We recognize that AI is changing the way that law is practiced. And in some cases, changing even sort of, the business model of some of our customers. And so we want to be there sort of hand in hand and helping to engage, both on a day-to-day level as well as sort of on the broader picture of how firms are implementing these tools.
Fantastic. Thank you both very, very much. And again, the chat will continue on this session because we have to move to the next one. So introducing Ballard Spahr, and they're going to speak to us about how they've created an AI-generated pitch library.
Hello, I'm Lisa Mayo-Haynes, Director of Technology Innovation, along with Ian Lopez, Manager, Technology and Innovation, and Jason Rogers, Legal Solutions Manager from Ballard Spahr. Today, we're going to talk about drafting the perfect pitch, search and chat.
Unlike most of our legal departments, our intellectual property attorneys began managing their own request for proposal response process. The problem was that when a new RFP request came in, they had to look in multiple repositories, their internal RFP collection, in addition to those created prior by the firm's marketing department. Due to various naming conventions, the time span covered, and the multiple storage locations, it became difficult for them to easily find past RFPs, and attorneys were spending valuable time searching and recreating new responses. The IP department chair asked our client value and innovation team for help. They needed a more efficient solution. After project scoping and requirements gathering, the CVI team decided that the best option was to create a 3-phased large-scale document repository solution, which we named Ballard X-Ray. Ballard X-Ray ingests relevant documents from a SharePoint repository, allows the IP lawyers to search for content and identify relevant documents, and invokes a co-pilot to chat with their RFPs and create brand new content. The technology we utilized was Power Apps called through REST API endpoints, Microsoft's Document Intelligence, Azure AI Blob Storage, and OpenAI's chat functionality, all on our secure private Azure tenant.
In the back office document ingestion phase, our CVI team uses a Power App to ingest PDF and Word documents into Azure Blob Storage. We apply metadata tags to the documents with categories such as author, creation date, and practice area. Next, the system uses document intelligence to extract relevant information from each document in Markdown format and stores the extracted data in the respective extraction output path. Finally, our system chunks the data and generates text embeddings using Azure OpenAI embeddings model to save generated embeddings in Azure's AI search. In the user-facing intelligent search phase, our lawyers use a separate Power App to enter a search query in natural language that is passed to the search process. Ballard X-Ray Search allows user to find prior RFPs using keywords to further filter the documents by the metadata used in the ingestion process using tags such as author, year, practice area, and source. Ballard X-Ray retrieves the relevant RFP responses and combines that output with the query to show a preview of each RFP response along with citations. The results are sent back to the user so they can begin to chat with the documents if they wish.
In the search and chat portion of Ballard X-Ray, select which documents they want to interact with, up to 20 at a time. Ballard X-Ray generates the response text with citations using RAG technology and sends the response back to the user in a cohesive response. Ballard X-Ray not only allows our lawyers the ability to summarize the RFP responses into various formats, such as tabular or with bullet points, it will also find differences. It can create an entirely new RFP response based off the selected documents or whatever else you'd like. Aside from this technology, prompt engineering was key. Prior to granting our lawyers access to X-Ray, we educate them on how to interact effectively with ChatGPTs, along with a tip sheet of best practices and areas for caution. Ballard X-Ray has been a huge efficiency gain for our lawyers and is one of several tools that we present to them for such purposes. Our attorneys can quickly locate the information they seek, and it allows them to leverage past work product that has already been vetted and approved, and most importantly, used to win business. In today's presentation, we discussed using Ballard X-Ray to surface the best work product around successful RFP responses. Additional use cases could be for contract review and management, due diligence in mergers and acquisitions, and HR employment law, where contracts, policies, and compliance documents are being reviewed. We can leverage X-Ray for practically any use case where up to 2,000 documents need to be ingested and reviewed using these best-in-class innovative technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're waiting for Lisa and hi Lisa, and then hopefully Jason, both from Ballard Spa, to join for the Q&A. Had some questions come in. So the first one, hi Jason, is what lessons did Ballard learn, and which of these lessons are they applying to other practice groups and use cases?
I think the biggest lesson we've learned is that we have to do lots of prompt engineering training. And so initially, our lawyers just thought, okay, we're just going to use the search functionality, and that's good enough. And what we encouraged them to do was to use it beyond that. You know, it's not just a matter of finding these documents. Use the chat feature, the generative AI feature, to get more out of their search, and even with pinpointed questions and ways that they could use that to create new content. They hadn't really thought about that. They thought they could just find existing documents and then just rewrite them manually. But one of the lessons was to teach them to go further so that they could continue to save that administrative non-billable time and get ChatGPT to produce that first draft and then go from there.
Brilliant, thank you. Second question, how much refining for the client-specific questions, industry engagement, etc., needs to be done with the output before completing the RFP? And is that addressed via prompt engineering?
In this particular case, they wanted all of those individual tags, really not completely necessary with the way our document intelligence was set up. They could have queried for those same things, but again, it's meeting the user where they are, and if they think that they need those tags to make that easier, we went ahead and did the extra work just for their comfort level to have a higher level of user adoption. And so in time, again, this is, baby steps. So they're new to ChatGPT, they're not that confident in its abilities. And so in order to get them to use the tool and adopt it, we gave them these tags and we went through the extra work. In time, we know that they'll have some comfort level where they'll see that they don't have to have that level of detail to find what they're looking for.
Another question, were there any metrics that you tracked, for example, the number of additional responses or a win rate or lawyer time saved?
Lawyer time saved, definitely. And that came from the lawyers themselves. And so that's the thing, for some of these metrics, you're going to have to ask, how much time would this have taken you normally? How much time has this saved you? For this particular department, they estimate that it's going to save 2 hours, that it has saved them 2 hours of partner time per RFP. So in the aggregate, that can be very significant.
Yeah, that's a really nice metric to have. Next question, are these just for formal RFPs or all proposal opportunities? Does it record the opportunity for further reporting? And how does it handle different document types? So sorry, lots of questions in that. I was just reading it out. But is it, to start with, is it just for formal RFPs or all other types of opportunities?
It is for formal RFPs, yes.
And does it record the opportunity for further reporting?
Not necessarily. I'm not sure I understand that question. For further reporting, what types of reporting? Wins and losses?
Rachel, Shield Williams answered. Maybe you could add a little more around that question, and Elisa and Jason can respond in the afterwards.
So Lisa, does it get recorded into a third-party system where you can track the different types of pitches that you've done, the win-loss reports, the lawyers, for Mansfield reporting and other things like that?
It does not currently. And the reason they came to us is because a lot of times they're preparing their own formal RFPs outside of the marketing department. And then what happens is they're supposed to give that formal response to marketing to save, but historically that had not been happening. And so unfortunately, that's why we were brought in to kind of gather everything all together and, number one, find all of these RFP responses from all these disparate sources and then put them together. But going forward, they're trying to have some more discipline, especially now that they have this tool, which will kind of streamline their process. So it's kind of a win on multiple fronts.
The poll has come up, which means we have a minute. So please answer the poll quickly. And I have a quick answer to this one. Because it's generated by AI, are you concerned that it's sort of the response will lack personality and will sort of be perceived as inauthentic by clients?
No, because anytime our lawyers are using AI, we tell them to take that as a first draft and then refine it. So we would never, or one of our lawyers would never just take that response and submit it. And so that gives them the opportunity to personalize it, make it more specific for whomever they're directing it towards, and to make it more even Ballardize it so that it looks like something that's coming from us. Again, this is, we tell people endlessly, this is a first draft. That is what it's good for. any of AI.
Fantastic.
To some of the other comments, we also use Copilot. We have other tools, other AI tools. This is just one of a few of our different ones. And yeah, the fast moving market, very familiar with that comment. So we're keeping up, and we're also building new every day.
We have a whole toolbox of AI tools now.
Fabulous. Thank you very much indeed. There are lots more questions in the chat, so I'll leave you to answer those. And we're going to move on to our last video of this section, which is Weil Gotshal and their work with Cynthia. So let's launch that video.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rita Jennings, and I'm here today with Horace Wu of Cynthia to tell you about our collaboration on a GenAI application for Weil. Weil's approach to GenAI has been focused on experimenting with lots of different tools and working with our practice teams on use case development. Our goal has been to find a use case that can be solved with a GenAI tool and one that is also genuinely useful for attorneys in their practice. Some of the use cases we've tried include things like uploading a term sheet to see if we could generate a new document from it. We also tried uploading client playbooks to see how well they analyze contracts, like NDAs. And we've spent time working on summarization as well. We've tried summarizing amicus briefs, closing documents, news articles, and all sorts of content. The results of our experiments were somewhat successful, but not good enough that we felt that we had something that we could confidently roll out to our attorneys. The one exception was summarization. We found that our summaries were generally accurate and did not include hallucinations, as long as the uploaded document was limited in length. However, there still remained the mechanical challenge of getting the files into the GenAI tool in the first place. This usually required downloading the content locally and then uploading to the GenAI tool and then writing a prompt to get a good summary. We felt that this required too much time and effort for attorneys to find it really useful. Then one of our team members hit upon a really good idea. He said, what if we simply forwarded emails with file attachments to a summarization engine and had the summaries emailed back to the attorneys? We liked this idea because we knew that this mobile-first approach worked well with other use cases in the past. For instance, we have an email service where you send 2 documents to a comparison engine and receive back a blackline document. Likewise, we have an OCR engine where you can email documents to be returned as OCR PDFs. We felt that a summarization engine for email attachments that could simply be forwarded from a mobile device would provide yet another great service for our attorneys who are often on the go. So with this in mind, we began working with Horace on how this tool might take shape.
So with the help of the Weil team, we discovered there were at least 9 different types of summaries, depending on the content, the context, and the user. And since these summaries are served via email, we anticipated that users would not give us detailed prompts, and yet we had to make sure the summaries are highly relevant. To solve this UX challenge, we split the problem into 2 parts. First, how do we serve the most common needs immediately? And second, how do we give users a way to address more complex needs they probably have? As a starting point to serve the most common needs, each default summary gives users 3 categories of information without needing specific prompting. 1, an overview of the key points from the document. 2, the likely legal issues in the document. And 3, the actions you might want to take. We think the really novel part of our system is what we are calling a guided agentic approach. We didn't want an unchecked AI agent to decide what to summarize, but we knew we couldn't pre-script every type of document summarization that we needed. So we created a 2-prompt cycle that allowed the large language model some scope to be autonomous. The first prompt set out general instructions on how lawyers might look for issues to summarize in legal documents. And the second prompt asked the language model to read the email, understand the context and the history, and use that understanding to adjust the instruction prompt. We then use the augmented instruction prompt to create a summary of the documents. If a user wanted to go deeper, we created a web app where they can chat further with the documents and the emails. Each email response is permalinked to a separate chat so that users can pick up exactly where their emails have left off. And this overcame a key UX challenge of other tools. It takes a single click to interrogate the email and contents that lawyers have received.
We are really excited to get this in front of our attorneys and start hearing their feedback. We have a lot of ideas about where we can take this tool, but for our first pass, our goal is simply to establish what a good summary looks like, understanding that we won't get an answer that is 100% suitable for all attorneys. And if the summary is not exactly what they had in mind, we want to learn what next steps can we offer to get them what they need.
To accommodate continuous improvement, we built the system as a decision tree with many branches. And since all the interactions are logged, we can discover what worked, what didn't, and leverage the work from the past.
Looking ahead, we would like to optimize the summarization agent by connecting it to other sources of data, like our gold standard documents. These are key document precedents from prior transactions. We are also hoping to extend the summarization tool to web content. This would be really useful when attorneys are required to research and summarize articles and legal developments from websites.
We think the system can also help with collecting data and knowledge, like more gold standard documents.
We are excited about how we can continue to build on the summarization tool, and we're looking forward to working closely with our practice teams to refine our approach and add new capabilities. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, both of you. Great to have you here. And I love the fact that you built on something that people were already using, so that that change management piece is always so much easier when it's a tool that people are familiar with. So some questions. What was the process that you took, that Rita took on testing? How did you get to the results that you have?
Sure. We started testing by finding as many different kinds of documents and content that we have available, all different lengths, all different topics, and throwing it at the tool and seeing what came back. And along the way, there were tweaks that we made. We saw some prompts that needed to be tweaked. And then working with Horace, we were able to further refine the output.
Yeah, and on the technical side, what we did was where we can adjust a prompt, we would adjust it because that's the least amount of work. But where a specific type of document required a new branch on a decision tree, we would build a new branch.
Very good. And is this a mobile application, or is it an engine that works via email?
Go ahead, Horace.
No, okay. I thought it was a technical question. So it's both. It's an engine that works via email. So it's an email-centric approach. And once the emails come back, they're always linked to a chat that can be opened in the mobile or on the desktop, but it is mobile optimized.
Thank you. And could you talk a little bit more about, you talked about the decision tree structure for the summarizer. Could you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, basically the way we kind of looked at it was if you had a single prompt to try and summarize all documents, you're going to get back a middling response for pretty much everything. And there are a few kind of like key splits that you want to do. So for example, is it a legal document? Is it a non-legal document? Then if it's a legal document, is it a contract or is it a litigation document? And so on and so on. So you split these decisions down. And once you get down to this type of document, this is the user, these are the prompts that they liked or previous results they've liked, then you have the appropriate prompt that the user will probably appreciate. So we're trying to cater for a situation where we expect users probably won't give us any prompts, any kind of like guided prompts. So we want to draw on the context as much as possible to give them relevant information back. That's the decision tree that we're talking about.
Fantastic. And at the it's a very tantalizing end to your session where you talked about looking at maybe knowledge documents and using the tool for your gold standard documents. What do you have in mind?
What we're hoping to do is take our collection of gold standard documents and use them as templates in terms of the kinds of summaries that we're getting back. So actually have the summarizer work on the gold standard documents so that when other similar documents are forwarded to the summarizer, we have a good template to work from so we can really give the optimal summary back for those documents.
Yeah, and on the other side of the coin is we think that because lawyers are emailing in their documents and probably the email chain where the document came from, this is a way to gather contextual information that you otherwise wouldn't have when lawyers generally send you a document to say, hey, this can go in your collection.
Oh yeah, that's nice, getting the kind of the context around it. What percentage of your lawyers are using this as it stands? I got the impression, although we've now moved on, that it was something that hadn't launched when you did the video, but I wonder if maybe now it has.
That's correct. We're very close to launching, but we have not launched yet. So we have been testing internally as well. Horace's team has been testing. We've had some attorneys get a sneak peek and give us feedback. And so far it's been very positive. I think a lot of attorneys are looking for an easy way to summarize things without having to go to another tool and upload content, and to be able to do it directly from email seems to be appealing.
Absolutely. And are you, so this we may have slightly covered this already. Are you using what you know about the user to provide context to the summary? Is that coming from the email, or is it wider than that?
Should I talk about this one? Okay, great. So there's two layers to this. One is you can use the email address of the person to get an understanding of the profile and therefore use that to adjust the prompt. The agent can say, well, this is an M&A partner with 20 years experience, therefore don't summarize things that they won't care about. So that's kind of layer number one. And layer number two is when people have had summaries sent back to them, they can give a thumbs up or a thumbs down to whether or not it's a good summary. That then can be used as a few shot prompt to say, when you give a summary back, here's a few good examples. So the language model will model after those styles of summary. So that's kind of how we're approaching it. But as Rita said, it hasn't gotten into the hands of the lawyers yet. So the system has not yet been tested in the wild. But we think this works because of our internal testing and the sort of handful of lawyers we've been playing with.
Very good, thank you. So a number of these questions imply that it isn't being used. But maybe in terms of the testing, do you know whether those who get a first draft know that they feed it back into the AI to get a revised draft?
A link is included in the return email that they get, so they can click on that link and then go to the web interface and further revise the prompt.
Very good. Polls come up, which means we've got a minute left. So I have a very quick question, hopefully, from Anne. Did you consider a Copilot agent for this use case? Sorry,
we have been experimenting with Copilot, and we will continue to do so. I think it's fair to say that we have found Copilot to be underwhelming in its responses. So we were not getting great. We get general summaries, sure. But we don't have the decision tree and prompting that Horace's tool provides. So we found that the summaries that we get back from Horace's tool are, orders of magnitude better than anything we were getting from Copilot.
Thank you both very much. Really, really fantastic tool. I'm very excited. Maybe you'll come back next year and tell us how it's been working. We are now going to move into the breakout sessions, where you have an opportunity to chat amongst yourselves about what you've just heard and some things to sort of think about as you go into those discussions. How have you approached training your attorneys to make the best use of AI, and what challenges have you faced in that training, looking back at what Paul Weiss have done, and then what use cases for AI have you found to be the most successful? And something building on Ballard Spa, have your other business services teams been building tools which maybe knowledge and innovation could piggyback off and use as their own. So just some things to think about as you go into those sessions. They're for 15 minutes. Please switch on your camera so everybody can see each other. And as Oz said, not too much introduction, because 15 minutes goes really, really fast. And this is a great opportunity to share thoughts. It's not going to be part of the live stream. We'll come back to live stream after the breakout sessions.
I'm going to give him some time. So this is a break, or an official break. We have no agenda. You're welcome to stay and talk to us. We are not recording it, but it is being broadcast on the website. So it won't be part of the future record, but anything you say now, other people on the Zoom or on YouTube can hear you. So feel free to chat around.
Oz, are you going to say anything that you want preserved forever on here? Do you have any big announcements or anything?
So I said before, I left Simpson Thacher, and I'm now consulting, advising on legal tech AM, innovation, data analytics, information governance, search, research, meta management, AI strategy, and the like.
Nice.
My name is Svetlana Tsurikova, and I joined this event because I stumbled upon it on your LinkedIn, and you cannot imagine how grateful I am to be here. And I just wanted to give you, a huge thanks for organizing and running this. It's so refreshing because I lead growth advisory for a team of AI engineers who specialize in natural language processing and worked with legal firms in the past. And I do attend a lot of demo of AI products, but it's so refreshing to see it from the lawyer's point of view. Actually, what's working, what's not, what's a general understanding from the client, from the client's point of view. So this direct client insights, just unbelievably helpful. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. That's exactly the purpose of this gathering, is to make sure that we bring together both the practitioners in law firms, legal departments, and suppliers. It's a market for everyone to exchange ideas. So you know what matters for us, and we know what's available. Ukesh, what's new in your life?
Well, it's 3 years now at Torys. Lots coming along, building out a team, which is nice. Looking to deploy Copilot this year. That's going to be the big one for us. And ensuring we have the right skill set of the people on the team to make sure that we understand these technologies moving forward.
It's very exciting. Who just started in the last year switched to their role into this world?
Hey Oz, I did. Jonathan Nixon at Kroll. We actually had dinner together in New York a couple of weeks ago.
But back then you had your camera on.
Correct. Hold on. Sorry. I don't know if you can see me now. But we had dinner together in New York a couple of weeks ago with Jacob Beckerman from Macro and a few other individuals. But I had practiced at Davis Polk in New York and Vincent Elkins in Houston, Texas. And I recently switched over to Kroll and the innovation side.
And what's your takeaways from your short period here?
There's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of work that's already been done. And it really seems like artificial intelligence is really the next step in legal technology and innovation. It's going to really change the landscape of law firm settings generally. And I'm actually really excited to see. I think there's been a lot of quote unquote overhead at law firms with overutilization of junior associates doing menial tasks that'll be taken over by artificial intelligence. And I think that'll be good for the legal industry in whole, as well as the clients that the law firms serve.
I see that Stephanie Fox was nodding.
Oh, yeah. Hi. I've been in the legal industry for, I don't know, 30 years, or 30 tech industry, but I was on the vendor side until a little over a year ago when I joined Evershed Sutherland. And so, yeah, I think AI is obviously the big thing we're talking about, but it's fascinating to see the difference between when we kind of launched the concept of it into the firm at the beginning of last year versus what's happening now. It's like last year people were like, oh, that's a thing. Oh, okay. And now people are like, wait a minute, we need to understand this. We need to use this. We need to. And so we're getting a lot more engagement and interest in talking about policies and procedures and things like that than we did a year ago. So it's been a really compelling experience to see that happening. Also, I worked at a law firm many, many, many years ago, or at the beginning of my legal tech. And it's interesting to see how some things never change.
I think so. In 9 minutes, when Ab is going to share with us the findings of the survey, I think it's going to become very clear the fast maturation from the experimental to actually starting to figure out the use cases and using it. Totally agree. Zelda, I see you went off.
Yes. Yes. Oh, it was twice in a week. Great seeing you again. Yeah, so I'm on the professional development side, and I think my peers, including recruiters and headhunters, need to really know what's happening when it comes to skill set development and what's important, even the business of law firms, right? That whole business model is changing and how law firms are making money. And we need to let attorneys know sooner rather than later exactly how they're going to be valued, not just by being great lawyers.
Totally agree.
Yeah, we just met was that last week, I think, and just following up on Stephanie. So tomorrow goes to me. I just joined Evershed Sutherland as well to lead their U.S. group for Connexo. So alternative legal service provider, but providing the services internally. So this has been really helpful to me as well, just seeing from an innovation perspective, because my group is also supposed to help provide those actual innovation services across the board, right? So working with Stephanie, we're trying to figure out how at scale we can use this tech and these approaches to try and really accelerate even some of your own agenda, Stephanie, right? I'd love to be able to test it out, make it real, show that the attorneys that it's working for a project, and then we can try to take it out a little bit broader as we go. So happy to be part of it, and thanks for it.
I think Jeroen and Nikki, who's going to speak later today, they're working on a training program, both for vendors, entrepreneurs, and for people in law firms who are starting a position in innovation and legal tech. So if anyone here has any thoughts, Jeroen and Nikki are here, and I'm sure they're going to be happy to. When there is one program I know they already have, the other one for law firms, I think it's not yet out there.
Yeah, thank you also for the shout out. We are working for a large group of for a conglomerate of law firms internationally to build out their training program on AI. It's basically a foundational program aimed predominantly at the attorneys, and we're looking to roll that out more widely in the new year.
That's pretty exciting. I actually just joined my firm 4 days ago. So I am now at FeldHalstein leading the innovation group, but I was at Baker Hostetler, and over there we were doing consulting work for innovation as well. So a different scope for sure, but newer to this whole knowledge and innovation side. So anyone who has any tips or wants to reach out on LinkedIn and give me some pointers, I'm very open to it.
I'm happy to connect you afterwards with Ab, who can tell you about experience on the topic.
Yeah, you're going to get back-to-back Sarah Swift here.
I think it's really an interesting question that we've started to look at internally, and I've been pondering whether I need to be having a larger conversation about what a curriculum should be and what the core skills should be. We started to build out a list of what should a first level attorney need to be able to do, what do our professionals need to be able to do, and thinking about what are those core skills everybody should learn. And there's no reason I should be developing that by myself inside of that any of us should be, right? It should be maybe, and I'm sure Damien Reel will love this. Maybe it should be more like Sally, right? That we come up with a set of standards for what do we need to know.
If there's a question, Sally's often the answer.
See, I mean, always.
5 minutes to go. Anyone else? Anything?
Oz. I'm so glad to see you, Mike Moss. Been in and out of law firms and vendors for a long time. One question I have, and I hope this is the right forum. At a New York-based law firm, there was a deal going on, or excuse me, a particular relationship with in-house counsel for a very, very large airline, and the senior partner at the law firm worked with a senior associate to answer the question of the in-house counsel, how they could take feedback from the ultimate store or salespersons that ran into problems with regulations, hit the in-house counsel's desk, and then needed to come back to the law firm for confirmation and work on that. The process that they worked out was amazing. And all of a sudden I got a call from a new associate, a junior associate, saying, or I said, who are you? And he said, oh, I came over, the one that you worked with went over to the airline. And so just by building those processes and having the communication up and down, they were able to move the other guy over to the client and bring in a new associate. And that really saved costs while leveraging the experience of these others.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out how that feeds into AI and communication strategies generally for working with in-house counsel.
So some of the vendors in the room here, I saw Max before, and I know others work a lot about workflows and automation, and some of the low-code tools are helping bridge the gap. Some of them are you need to write the script up front, and some of them you just need to put a better workflow for the information to flow. How do you embed your knowledge in your clients and users? But yeah, this is definitely an exciting time to be in our field.
Thank you.
What a quiet and shy group.
Oz, more just a question out of curiosity. Have you read every book in that bookshelf, or are some of them just for show?
Some of them are my wife's. She is a bigger reader than I am. But every book on the shelf, I think, over here was read.
Very impressive. Any recommendations? Slightly off topic, my bad.
There are plenty of good books. There are some authors here among us. So if people want to raise their hand and mention the books that they wrote for these purposes, now is your chance.
Well, I'm curious, has anybody read any of the big AI books? Like I know Kissinger and others have come out. Was it Eric Schmidt have come out with a book talking about AI? Anybody read any of the kind of big, big idea AI books that they think are really worth reading?
Co-Intelligence is really good by Ethan Mollick.
Co-Intelligence?
Co-Intelligence, yeah.
Okay.
I gave that out as Christmas presents to everyone this year in my firm. It's really great.
Okay.
I second Co-Intelligence and follow Ethan Mollick on LinkedIn, the author.
Like your beard, Ron.
And people write in the comments. Some people who are more introverts put some comments in the chat for some other book recommendations. So,
well, I'll add. I'll say, because there's a number of people who wrote chapters in a book that we just published yesterday, which is called Current and Future Trends in Knowledge Management and Innovation for the Legal Profession. Sarah Andrews is one of the authors. I don't know if Stephanie Goudos is on here, but Stephanie Goudos and Natalie Pearson Abisager from Gunderson wrote a chapter. Alex Harity, who's in-house at Adidas, I learned it is pronounced, wrote a chapter.
Thank you. And given that we are straight on time, We're going to the second session. Ab, the floor is yours.
Imagine it's 2027. What does your firm's tech stack look like? Your firm maybe saved thousands of lawyer hours last year. How? AI tools have summarized documents, drafted briefs, answered client questions, and even created some project code for client deliverables. Yes, that might be a bit hyperbolic, but we are inching closer to that reality perhaps. And what steps are firms taking today to get there? Hi everyone, my name is Abhijat Saraswat. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Lupo, and I had the pleasure and privilege to work on 2 reports for Skills, which I'll be talking about. These reports give us a glimpse into the current and the future state of legal innovation. Maybe we'll have flying cars, maybe not. But before we discuss that, just a quick note on how these reports were created. Each year, ahead of Skills, we survey KM and innovation professionals, all of you, from law firms, vendors, and consulting firms. Nearly 500 people responded, and these responses were analyzed with insights drawn from largely North America, UK, and EMEA. And for the AI report, we just hone in a little bit more. So if there's more than one person per firm that responds, we select just one individual, giving us, in this case, a pool of 143 respondents. Now, all of that out of the way, we use that data to create 2 reports. The first is the analysis of AI responses. This takes a deep dive into how law firms are adopting and using LLMs and what they may mean for the future of work. The second is the analysis of survey responses. This zooms out and looks at the broader trends, including how innovation priorities are shifting and where firms like yourselves are investing their time and energy. So let's start with the AI, and then we'll move on to the broader trends. So 2 years ago, in 2023, the story about AI was all about experimentation. The data showed that most firms were testing the waters, evaluating what these tools could do. Now we fast forward to last year when you all answered the survey, the landscape seems to have shifted dramatically. First, let's look at the macro trends. In the LLM adoption, last year, 62% of firms that we surveyed said they were still in the considering phase. This year, this dropped to 44%. Meanwhile, the number of firms licensing or deploying LLMs went from 12% in 2023 to 32% in 24. What's clear is we move past the let's see if this works phase into let's make this work phase. And if I break these numbers down just a little bit further, we see that 41% of firms are fully live with public LLMs like OpenAI, Copilot, and the rest. And 66% of the respondents are pursuing firm-developed solutions, showing a strong appetite for custom tools aligned with specific workflows. And what's also clear is firms are looking to adopt a multi-platform strategy. By this, I mean combining both public and firm-specific LLMs to address distinct operational needs. So, who's using these tools anyway? Well, I'll let you answer that in the comments, but we did ask about who they're deployed to, and the scope of deployment does vary quite a lot. Some firms are diving in with firm-wide deployment, particularly for those public LLMs, whilst others are focusing on practice-specific adoption, which is more common for legal-specific LLMs. And then there's the phased approach. Designated testers or select group of lawyers are being used to trial tools, perhaps before broader rollouts. Of course, giving and having the access to the tools is just one part of the puzzle. The rest, and the most important, is the focus on use cases, knowing how and when to use these tools. And unsurprisingly, summarization here remains the top use case today, with 62 respondents ranking it as the first place use case. But from here, things start to get a little bit interesting. If I look at the second highest ranked item, that's code creation. The reason this is interesting is this is a huge leap from the responses last year. And it raises a question, what's actually driving this? So I'd love to hear that in the comments and afterwards. Now, if we look ahead into 2027, the report paints an interesting picture. Document drafting emerges to be top use case compared to certainly today, while summarization and code creation is still there. But maybe the biggest change, the thing that stood out to me the most, is the uniformity across the categories. So that's the AI focused report. And while AI is clearly the headliner, it's not the whole show. The survey responses report, the second report, highlights some really interesting shifts alongside the AI adoption one. And we'll start with the big picture where, no surprises, AI initiatives were already the top focus in 2024, with people wanting to and targeting to work on them. And this year in 25, the number of projected amount of people that's looking to work on them from the responses is staggering at 91%. And of course, this underlines again how we move from experimenting with AI to embedding it perhaps strategically into day-to-day operations. But innovation isn't just about AI. Two areas we're seeing significant growth are client-facing KM and APIs, both of which grew nearly 10 percentage points in planned work for 2025. Now, we don't know what might be causing this, but it's a question that we'll happily discuss with you all. And at the same time, we think about foundational activities. These remain largely the same. Process improvement is consistently a priority. It's similar to internal KM and innovation initiative, both of which remain relatively steady from previous year. We're also seeing traditional KM activities like forms and precedents still playing a big role, with 43% of respondents in the survey planning work in this area in 2025. However, it's interesting as we think about the planned work versus the, desire to discuss the ratios. This area around forms and precedents certainly is one which ranked the lowest in terms of wanting to plan to do something about it and wanting to talk about it. And finally, when it comes to what firms want to talk about, the data is pretty clear. AI dominates both planned work and discussion, and respondents that selected this topic overwhelmingly voted highly for it, 84%. Meanwhile, data analytics and process improvement follow behind both of these areas. So what does all of this mean? I look at both the reports together. One thing is certainly clear, the thing that's been clear for quite some time, that things continue to change and shift. On one hand, we see the rapid adoption of large language models of AI, and firms no longer asking, should we use AI, but instead, how do we optimize AI for impact? These AI-enabled tools are already transforming workflows, whether it's summarization, drafting, or even coding, and maybe are laying the foundation for what might be the next phase of innovation. On the other hand, the broader survey data reminds us that innovation is more than just AI. Firms are looking to balance these cutting-edge advancements with steady foundational activities like process improvement, KM work, and creating perhaps better solutions for their clients. The common thread across both reports is pretty much the same, that it's a deliberate, thoughtful approach to change, and the legal profession isn't running headstrong into the future. It's building a roadmap that's perhaps balancing stability with progress, ensuring that every step forward adds value to both the firm and the client. This might be my optimistic view, but certainly that was my take from the data as I looked at the reports. But I'll let you judge for yourself. Both of these reports are already available and published at skills.law. And look forward to having a discussion with you all around anything that stands out to you and to dive deeper into some of the findings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the excellent video summarizing. And as you said in the recording there, an answer to some of the questions about the reports. They're available online on the skills.law website. Ab, I thought we'd follow the format from your presentation and go through AI first and then the broader trends alongside that. 84% of people want to talk about AI, so that inevitably does dominate some of the conversation unapologetically. I think one of the things that really stood out to me in that is that, I've heard throughout my 20 years in legal, the classic answer to the question about law firm strategy and their relationship with tech is, well, we're a law firm, we're not a tech company. We focus on what we're good at, so we strategically prioritize buying rather than building. And yet the statistics, the survey results indicate that over 2/3 of respondents are developing firm-built solutions at the moment. It's a trend that I've seen and observed myself. I'd be interested in your thoughts on why so many people are suddenly turning over established convention on build versus buy.
Yeah, I think it's something that happens every time there's new technological shifts that come to pass. People want to get hands-on with them. Of course, as times have changed, I feel certainly as an armchair developer myself, that it's actually easier than ever to build something, at least the MVP. It helps you accelerate your learning. It also helps you a lot of the times cater for a very specific use case. The broader question, which time will tell, is building something and creating something initially and supporting it over the long term as an enterprise-grade application. Very different skill sets. So I think that may be it. And I saw some of the comments in the chat as well, as there's more APIs being made available. That also encourages people to build, and build is a big category, right? It could be building integrations between applications versus, net new things for the users.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're absolutely right. So going from a POC to going to something scaling and adoption is one of the things that's talked about a lot. But as you say, maintenance thereafter is its own challenge. And of course, one of the things that a lot of us are seeing is problems that weren't necessarily straightforwardly easy to solve using the commonly available tools. A year ago, obviously the landscape is evolving quickly. So we're all having to be agile and deciding, where and when we need to build versus buy alongside that. One of the other trends was around use cases in particular. Perhaps not surprising that summarization features quite highly. It's such an obvious and immediately compelling. But I do wonder if kind of the value of summarizing long form text is beginning to wane a little bit, if we're slightly exhausting kind of the use cases where that is genuinely adding value. And perhaps that's partly behind the trend and the conversation around at the moment around agentic AI, where Gen AI is more part of a continuous process or workflow. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that particular trend.
I think it depends. The value from summarization, personally, I feel is not going to go away anytime soon, because documents continue to be complicated, they continue to be long. And I think the agentic nature of it maybe will invoke you sending a blurb of questions in your own words and for it to filter through and give you answers. I think the other reason summarization ranks pretty highly is as you think about some of the risk, especially around hallucinations. When you're summarizing content, it's easier to manage some of that risk. It doesn't go to zero, but it's easier to manage that than it is with, generating net new content. So drafting, for example, there's a lot of nuance there, and you get to a first draft. Summarization, you can get much closer to a final version that you can use on for a client or for you to understand the topic.
Fantastic. Again, some of the questions in the thread, we can tell the questions are coming from a cohort that involves lawyers, because some of them are questions around definitions. So some of them were asking around what qualifies as LLM usage and the same for developing LLMs. We very intentionally in the survey didn't provide elaborate definitions. We were taking it as sort of assumed and implicit that law firms were unlikely to be developing LLMs in the sense of running expensive multi-million-pound training models. So the development would be on top of. But it is interesting that, however, we're defining the adoption piece. It's interesting that for all the hype and for all the conversation and activity, it says that the statistics suggest that only 32% of response have actually licensed an LLM technology. We've been going for 2 years now. Do you have any sort of thoughts on that? And maybe how people are choosing to interpret and define the question? Any thoughts on the adoption curve?
Yeah, I think it could be that too. And we already heard in some of the sessions this morning that adoption with Gen AI tools, it's not any easier than most other tools. It needs to be deliberate. It needs to be thoughtful. In fact, in some ways, it can be much harder. We had a conversation in one of the breakout rooms that giving someone a chat-based interface where they can ask anything without careful guidance on what the scope and the guidelines are and what the guardrails are, it means that users are actually more likely to be frustrated by the answer because maybe they're not asking the right question. And that certainly has an impact on adoption. And a lot of the conversations I've had with law firms specifically, they're thinking through adoption carefully as they should be, and starting with defined use cases, smaller groups, and then building on the successes from there. And all of that takes some time.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. Sorry, time has hit us. We're moving on to the next session. I didn't introduce myself at the beginning for everybody here. I'm Nick Pryor. I'm the Director of Knowledge and Innovation at Freetzer, a UK national law firm. So we're in the second section of the day now, and we are talking about knowledge management tools. And so I'll pass it across to the first of our sessions from the DLA Piper and Centauri team on documents to deal intelligence.
Hi, I'm Kevin Walker, founder and CEO of Centauri.
Hi, I'm C. Gilbert, Knowledge Management Counsel here at DLA Piper.
And we're here to talk about a project that we worked on together around DLA's real estate data extraction. So over to you, C, to pick it off.
Sure. As some of you may have heard at prior Legal Tech Hub events, we work with our U.S. real estate group to publish a twice yearly commercial real estate trends report that goes out to our clients and other contacts. This report involves collecting purchase and sale agreements that our group has worked on. With 150 attorneys, we have a very sizable portion of documents of work in the field. And so we can take those agreements, we extract certain data points from them, aggregate those data points, deal points, such as liability caps and baskets, survival periods, initial escrow deposits, those sorts of things, and observe trends in those data points for our workflow and for the commercial real estate market. And as we begin to ramp up for what now is our 7th report, we look to Centauri to help us make that process more efficient, as that's our mandate, is to continue to make things more efficient in the data extraction process. So that is the most time-intensive part of the process. How that's worked is we've worked with Kevin and his team to determine which data points that we want pulled, align their model with what we're looking for, and then confirming that our PSAs that we upload don't have any kind of client restrictions on them, and then extract those data points so that we can then feed them into Power BI to do all of our visualizations for our report, and we can observe the trends that we're seeing in the market for these types of deals.
And when we first started scoping out this project with DLA, we saw right away that the firm was ahead of the curve on data strategy, particularly the use of generative AI to unlock insights from deal documents, which was very aligned with our thesis for the industry and where the technology was taking us. So we dove in to scope out the project. I think this was just about a year ago that we first started working on this together. And where we started was defining our must-haves for DLA. And that was number one, accuracy. It has to be highly accurate extraction, which is its own technical research exercise. And then number two was to build a workflow around C's existing workflow and the workflow of C's team that felt intuitive. So it was an easy switch from an existing process into using technology to support that process. And then the data had to be portable. So making this a flexible platform where we could take the data that's extracted in Centauri and send it wherever it needs to live in the firm, rather than creating a silo. So accurate, intuitive, and flexible. And what we did was took a set of off-the-shelf data points. We've built our own set of data points for real estate, M&A, funds, debt finance, and a few other practice areas. We took what we had off the shelf and we adapted it to the needs of the firm. So added additional data points, modified some of the ones we already had to make sure it mapped one-to-one with the survey that DLA conducts every year or a few times a year. So we built that taxonomy, we deployed it, and we tested it, and through a few rounds of iteration, achieved very close to 100% accuracy on the extraction, which we were all really happy about and happy to support the work, and really inspiring to see DLA's innovative approach here, really bringing the power of the firm's data to bear for their clients in a unique way. It's something we're really proud to support as a partner to the firm.
Yeah, and to Kevin's point, a couple of the things that have been really cool and intuitive to see is, one of the things that we ask, I think a lot of in the model is when we're looking for a seller and purchaser in these agreements is finding the actual party that's of interest. right? And so I know that took a lot of tweaking on your end, Kevin, to where you find that in the document, since it's not the seller and purchaser that's necessarily listed. And we worked at that. And then just the platform, super intuitive and easy to review documents. There's a side-by-side window where you see your document and the data points. And as you click through and verify the data points, it tracks with the document. So I used to have 3 screens and now I have 1. So I appreciate that.
It's great. We're really, really pleased to work with C and her team and the whole DLA team, and really grateful for their engagement as well. So thank you, C, and thanks for making the time to share your experience.
Sure. Thank you.
See, Kevin, thank you so much for that presentation. It was excellent, really going on to a really clear and precise and application of using the extractive capabilities of LLMs in a really pure KM context. So thank you very much for that, and always great to sort of see some live demo pieces as well. So thank you both very much. I've got some great questions coming through in the chat. I'll start by talking about the extractive process, and it ties in with some conversations in the threads earlier around the challenges around unstructured data being fundamental to a lot of the legal use case challenges. We're often hearing that you need to have a really kind of clear and highly organized kind of environment before you can leverage Gen AI. I'm wondering how you overcome this, or what your perspective is on whether that's necessary as a precondition.
I would say from our end, probably the finding the documents is the second most time-intensive part of this exercise. So, we are looking through all of the documents. The nice thing about purchase and sale agreements is that they are, while all forms vary, the data points we are looking at are standardized data points by and large, right? That percentage is usually always there, or it's not there. It's called the same thing. A survival period is a survival period is a survival period in most cases. And so that helps, right? And then we are on our end instituting a system where attorneys can submit documents, which we hope will ease this process going forward, so that we get them directly into what will be our precedence libraries, and that can also be used for this. But that is a challenge. So
yeah, I'll add on that we love it when we see a firm take sort of a walk before we run approach, and believe that getting that structured data set that's the essential ingredient for all the downstream use cases. We were earlier talking about drafting and talking about the different ways you can use that data. First, you got to extract it and summarize it, and that's what we're able to do with this technology.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And I was wondering, this is probably a tech question, so maybe to Kevin in the first instance, some insight on your extraction process and how you enhance the output accuracy. There's a few questions in the thread saying, where do you get the off-the-shelf data points? Are there industry standards? And questioning 100% accuracy on the fields, recognizing that's a very high bar. So, and anything you can do to shed some light on your approach, whether it's in the models, in the prompts, in the structure, and all the rest.
Yeah, that's like the industry equivalent of the 4-minute mile, right? It's like you're always trying to get to 100. And C was there. We ran a test together live, and we did hit 100% accuracy on their taxonomy, which was a real exciting moment for all of us. And the way we get there, and that's a little bit I guess differentiated approach perhaps, is we really try to embed the firm's knowledge in our process and our methodology. So we work with each firm to reflect their unique understanding of these documents, their unique way of reviewing this information and pulling it, and data points they track. So because we go very take a partnership approach, we're able to achieve those types of scores because we're doing so much applied legal research specific to those firms to reach for those highest branches.
And that's kind of to the point that was in the video, right? We're at, I think, 950 of these that we've surveyed total. So we know that the seller is not the single entity LLC that's listed in the preamble, right? So it's go to the notice blocks, go to the signature blocks, right? If you don't find the property address in the recitals, go to the exhibit, right? And see where it's listed there in the deed or whatever exhibit is attached. So I think that's to Kevin's point about using that knowledge of having done this 950 times. So.
And then building on that, and again taking some questions from the chat around how you're thinking about the sort of data extraction, the flexibility that LLMs bring to the ability to extract data from unstructured natural language, how you're thinking about that adding value to the firm beyond KM and maybe specifically how it relates back to specifically billable work? Any perspectives there?
I don't know if I can comment on the billable work part, but as far as the firm as a whole, this is a report that goes out to clients. So it's not strictly KM. I do think it could help, with precedent searching, finding, quickly assess what may or may not be market. And we're looking at it, at least from the KM perspective, of trying different kinds of agreements that are also of interest for other practice groups who are trying to do similar kind of work. Because it is a nice client touch point that we get out there and that generates interest.
Yeah, we love seeing the different ways the data can be used. I think can speak broadly across industry and what we're observing. The data being the essential ingredient of transactional practice, litigation practice. I think what this technology allows us to do is extract that transactional data in a way that was never possible before. So we're only now uncovering the uses, and we're seeing this used in marketing, business development. Imagine the applications there, but also in not just the business of law, but also the practice of law. So using this data for precedent search and market benchmarking. So it's just so fundamental to everything else that powers the business of the firm and the practice for clients.
Fantastic, thank you. I've also had a few questions coming in around training, and obviously one of the paradigm shifts that LLMs bring is a very different approach to training and the effort of training compared to traditional ML models. But there are some questions wondering about how you go about training on new data points that haven't been included, and maybe joined in with that around your sort of continuous improvement on this offering, and whether the way in which you confirm and verify the extractions, is that part of a sort of continuous feedback, continuous improvement loop for the models?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great one because you can speak to this from sort of the other side of the table. So on the vendor side, our approach, we have obviously our own proprietary methods, but a huge piece of that is working in partnership with the end user who's going to be using our model. Something we don't do as a company, and this is, I think, becoming table stakes, is we don't train models on customer data. So these are completely siloed from the firm, and there's no model training or reinforcement learning. But what we are doing is embedding through applied legal research and in our case some statistical methodologies, embedding the firm's knowledge in a unique way to our own pipeline. And then C can, I'm sure, speak to what it feels like on the customer side to go through that process with us.
So you do give that answer, but just as you do, the polls come up, please everybody provide the answers. C, you've already got about 30 seconds left until we hand over, but please do.
Yeah, like we gave the who's the real entity question. It's been great too, because there are times where we want not 0%, but I want an asterisk, or I want it to say no, 3 different kind of answers for contingencies. And so we are really able to tailor that. And that's been super helpful for the output. To be able to just drop it into the sheet that goes directly into Power BI is great.
Fantastic. Thank you both so much for the session today. Really appreciate it. And we'll move on now through to our next session, which is from Neil Cameron on how Gen AI can revolutionize the processing and exploitation of KM in law firms. So I'll hand it back over. Thanks.
Hi there. I'm going to try and give a 15-minute presentation in 6 minutes, so I'll be quick. After a long and varied IT career, in about 2005, I was working with some law firms on realization and started thinking about write-offs. Most law firms run at about 70–84% realization. So a law firm turning over $10 million in fees is really a $13 million business, throwing away $3 million a year. There are many reasons for these write-offs, but poor fee estimates and/or not managing clients' expectations on fees is key. Any improvement in realization is a gold mine. It goes straight to the bottom line. There are also wonderful KM advantages to this whole concept as well, but the right of argument is how to get your firm to agree to spend the money on any project like this. I spent some time researching why we are so bad at estimating project costs and timetables, which led me to the work of Kahneman and Tversky, 2 Israeli behavioral psychologists who identified the key conceptual biases that operate on this in the 1970s and 1980s. And here are those conceptual biases that make it so difficult to gauge the cost and length of projects. I won't go through them all. You will recognize them in yourselves and in others. They plague the simplest domestic bathroom modeling job, as well as the largest projects planned by the world's leading experts, such as the F-35 fighter program, the Channel Tunnel, the Sydney Harbour Opera House, and the infamous Boston Dig. After years of study, Callum and Fessy came up with the answer. It's called reference class forecasting. You simply analyze the behavior on previous similar projects, the reference class, work out just how shit you are at planning as a proportion of the whole, and then add that proportion onto any future forecasts. Sounds easy, and it got them a Nobel Prize in 2002. The problem is finding the reference class. Does that sound familiar? Sometime later, I defined a concept to identify similar matters based on a series of standard, generic, and work-type specific indicators and complexity factors. The idea was to find historic cases similar to any new one, and then agree the budget variable assumptions with the client, making them a co-conspirator in the fee estimate, so they can't complain when the fee changes when those variables prove to be fallacious. Write-off should go down as a result, and profits should therefore go up. Sometime later, I managed to interest a law firm and an AI boutique to run a pilot in M&A. There were a range of issues. The data that we had promised was not there, and even if it was there, it was unhelpful or inaccurate. We needed considered historic matter estimates as our data. And this was a mandatory field, but the lawyers confessed they stick any random number in there just to get a matter incepted. Despite all this, the AI regression analysis showed promise. However, the data was simply not good enough. The AI company was acquired by owners with no interest in this idea, so it remained dormant. Until now. I should say in passing that PMS vendors and others have developed facilities to find previous similar matters for costing purposes, but they're all blunt instruments, not very accurate, and lawyers hate to use them. Recently, I took on a few new partners to refine this old concept for the new Gen AI world we live in. They were called Claude and ChatGPT, and this is what we came up with. It places no reliance on lawyer data input, no reliance on accurately determining the right complexity factors. It's based on an AI crawler engine that takes a preliminary view on the data it might need, and then it goes and gets it from reviewing a range of content from all your enterprise systems, including timelines, time narratives, client bills, matter emails, matter documents, vendor invoices, etc., etc. From this data, it identifies a matter fingerprint that can be used to compare different matters. It also continuously reviews its own process for further improvement. My new pals called this solution multi-factor analysis, and it breaks down into these 4 stages. First of all, it identifies basic starting assumptions in relating to the key comparators and the relative weighting between them. Here's a much more comprehensive list of those putative matter indicators broken down into more detail. I haven't got time to review them now, but if you can stop the slideshow, you can go through them and look at them, except for the ones behind my head, obviously. This, I am confidently assured by my new friends, is where the magic happens. These are the 4 techniques that Gen AI proposes to use to process a necessary regression analysis. I haven't got time to go through them, but you can look them up, and I suggest you do so. We know that AI can get things wrong and even hallucinate sometimes, so there is a human review process built in to ensure that some of the more soft issues are properly taken into account by experts, i.e. humans. Bearing in mind that one of the objectives of this project is matter fee forecasting, these elements relating to cost breakdown generation are also built in. The key benefits of this process are we have data-driven decisions, consistent and more accurate pricing, hopefully radically improved realization throughout the firm, better client communication and satisfaction, risk management, better resource optimization, and what I call transformative KM. What do I mean by that? Well, hopefully, as part of this process, Gen AI will be able to identify what kind of matter is being worked on, at what stage of the process it's at, compare it with all other previous and current matters to find close matches, identify what materials those other matters both consumed and produced, and then proffer them, suitably tailored and quality assured, to lawyers without even being asked and at the right time. It should also be able to offer advice on current processes in the light of previous gotchas on other matters to improve client outcomes. Hopefully, the Microsoft Office paperclip concept might now become something more than just an annoying animation.
There we go. Neil, thank you so much for that video, and thank you for your admirable efforts to squeeze your 15 minutes into a 6-minute segment. That was excellent. A reminder to everybody, please do put your questions in the chat. I'll do my very best to accommodate them in this section. But just to get us started, Neil, you were saying that you were using Claude and ChatGPT to describe out this new method by which reference class forecasting could be used to manage the legal practice. And before we get into sort of the execution and detail of that concept, I'd be really interested to know whether the LLM's approach differed from that which you guys were looking at back in the 2000s, and if so, in what ways in particular?
Okay, yes, it did. I should preface everything by saying that this is in the form of a thought experiment at the moment, and none of this has been yet piloted. Just to make that clear. Yeah, the fundamental difference between what we were looking at back then and what the machines are now suggesting is that previously we tried to define a method of identifying the reference class of previous similar matters, have a complete and accurate record of the well-considered initial human time fee estimate for each previous matter, and that didn't work. This mechanism broke down because of the paucity of good historic data, both in relation to the matter complexity factors for identifying the reference class, and even more importantly, the very poor record of any well-considered partner initial fee estimate. I'm not sure we're ever going to be able to rely on be able to get either of those things from humans to provide that initial metadata. So the breakthrough now is a notion that we simply put the lawyers and human metadata out of the loop. Firstly, we don't rely on any manually added matter characteristics for the reference class. We rely on the ability of GenAI to crawl through all metadata and through regression analysis decide for itself what factors it needs to compare to get good comparative matches. That will be a self-improving process as it goes on. Secondly, we simply throw away the second part of reference class forecasting, i.e. we don't care what the lawyer originally thought the matter would cost or what the differential is. We simply identify great reference classes, find out what previous matters cost, and work out what future similar matters will cost. The only human element that remains is that when a new matter starts, not all of the characteristic reference class data is available. It is a new matter. So we'll have to rely to some extent on partner assumptions and partner assumptions in tandem with the client, for reasons I previously stated, to say to identify those key data sets. I'm optimistic that we can find ways of presenting this relevant reference class set in such a way, maybe a graphical way, that partners will be in a position to say that they feel their current nascent matter will end up more like one previous matter than another one. And also over time, the process will improve due to better data acquisition and hopefully improved lawyer interaction and knowledge.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. And I think that's definitely right. Is with any challenge, do you bring forward a solution that provides the incentives for people to provide the information that therefore improves the data quality, or do you need to solve the problem at source first? I guess in some ways, I've always thought about it as being two kind of distinct categories of challenge when you're analyzing these historical matters. So you've got the consistency, the quality, and the availability of the knowable, the structured data. So that'll be your sort of standard matter indicators. And then secondly, you've got the difficulties of waiting for the unquantifiable elements, particularly the stuff in the kind of the matter type complexity. So that's the novelty of the legal issues involved, whether there's public interest, what the unquantifiable elements might be.
So like risk and the importance of the issue for the client, etc.
Yeah, exactly. Which are the extra non-structured attributes. So it sounds like in some ways what you're thinking about for this concept is that those all become implicit, baked-in components of looking at historics, rather than trying to take a methodology for capturing the structured elements and then adjusting for the delta that is tied into the
yes, because that, as I say, that delta relies on having a really good idea of what the lawyer thought it was going to cost when they got it wrong before, but you're never going to get that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's a few questions in the chat about how sort of this would be brought to life, how it'd be presented. So one of the questions was around, and I think we've maybe talked about it a little bit, how we get lawyers to adopt and change behaviors from the KM, the structured data part, if they're not suitably incentivized in some ways. One of the questions also is around, in a way, this is about thinking about legal project management, which has been around for a very long time, but gaining momentum and traction on that has been slow relative to the full potential. I'm wondering if you have thoughts around whether this new class of technologies, these new concepts and models, as they become actualized, will provide that necessary incentive for good LPM?
Well, the underlying incentive ought to be the potential recovery of written off time, because that could transform a law firm's financial performance. But the other benefits that the lawyer should be able to see is increased client satisfaction, because at the moment they're always being disappointed about how long something's going to take and how long something's going to cost. And also the idea of using the client as a co-conspirator in the process, as I've said, means that when the number of documents in the data room increases from 250,000 estimate to 1 million, it's very easy to turn around to the client and say, Jim, we got that number wrong. We realize this is going to take us more time. It's going to cost a bit more. The client can't wriggle out of that and complain because they were a co-conspirator in the assumptions in the first place.
No, absolutely. And I'd be interested in your perspective on which parts of the puzzle, because this is obviously quite a multi-dimensional, quite a complicated problem in lots of ways. And I know your suggestion isn't that there's a silver bullet answer here. Which parts of the puzzle people should attack and approach first as their first steps towards building this kind of virtuous cycle and implementing the tools that will enable them to do this sort of reference forecast concept?
Well, I think the first step in any good pilot in respect of this idea, it would be to talk to Claude and ChatGPT in more detail about what their plans are, and that they're quite detailed, and then generate a pilot crawler, which can go through historical matters and use its basic assumptions to identify how well it does, how well a job it does in identifying similar matters, and then refining the algorithms to make that increasingly accurate, increasingly effective before you start doing anything with client-facing work. But once you've got a really good, you feel you've got a really good handle on being able to identify those similarities, then the next stage of the pilot would be to work on the interface with the lawyer to help them cost the new matter.
Fantastic, Neil. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. There's also the poll is up now, so we have about sort of maybe 20 seconds or so left on this one here. But Neil, thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you to everybody, and we will shortly move on to the third and final presentation in the KM section of the conference, which is with the VLEX and Salesforce teams together on Gen AI use cases for legal research and analysis. So Damien and Leo, over to you.
Most people know you, but for those who don't, tell me a little bit about yourself and your work at Salesforce.
Leo Murgel, I'm effectively head of operations, COO of our legal and corporate affairs team. Look after data, innovation, technology, enablement, law firm relationships. I've been at Salesforce for about 11 years, and it's been an amazing journey.
You and I have talked in the past about law's unstructured data and how it's kind of quasi-structured and actually can be much more structured. Can you talk a little bit about Salesforce's structured and unstructured data and how you're using legal intelligence tools?
When I started this role, two things have happened. A, the data was massively unstructured. So we've been in a bit of that journey from unstructured to slightly more structured data. A lot of the substance of the teams are working on is captured on people's individual inbox. So we created what some people call intake management or matter management. Basically, all the work that comes into legal now gets triaged, gets routed, and now automation gets deployed, and increasingly Gen AI-driven automation, taking what was a completely unstructured environment into a little more structure. The other side of this world is tools like VLEX and the Salesforce platform as well. Have been taking advantage of this Gen AI revolution that now allows us to make much more sense of unstructured data or text.
Let's talk a little bit about legal intelligence tools. Maybe could you talk about how you're using these tools to be able to up your game?
I think as you and I spoke in the past, a lot of the power of Gen AI tools have to do with the data that's grounded on, the trust and what the data brings. You don't want to go ask ChatGPT a legal question, right? We all know that it's not a trustworthy source of data. So I think both the approach to VLEX has taken is to create databases of trusted data. Some of them sort of live in the public domain, like case law and regulations and so forth, is really through this process that VLEX brought to the table. And there's also, as you referred to, private oil or private data associated with our own contracts or policy position or playbooks, and you can bring those together into those platforms. We've deployed VLEX now close to a year ago, the ability to ask questions and get opinions that are grounded on case law and statutes and so forth and trusted data. And it found tremendous results. I mean, that fundamentally has grown to to be able to now upload complaints and other documents that are associated with external law. That has fundamentally changed how we work. Those kind of questions we ask outside counsel, when we ask outside counsel, giving greater confidence to things that we did internally.
And you and I have talked in the past about how you still use external counsel, but you're just able to have those more sophisticated conversations on day one rather than waiting a while. Maybe could you talk about being able to get up to speed faster and having those more sophisticated conversations on day one?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the ways that technology is transforming the industry. You can start the conversation from the next level. You come into the conversation very well informed and grounded on the specifics of the law and case law and so forth. That informative component you come with it already have done. You more quickly shift into what should we do? Here are a couple ideas. Here are a couple of strategies that we should pursue. Ultimately, it's the conversation we should be having with our firm. We're just able to get to it faster.
You and I have had a conversation about the term trust but verify, and you like a little bit better trust and verify because that creates a virtuous cycle.
Trust has been Salesforce's number one value, and particularly in this AI revolution, it's paramount. We're starting from security, but that's table stakes. The conversation that we had of trust and verify in the virtuous cycle, the tool was incredibly effective in finding in a corpus of trusted knowledge. So that's really the grounding aspect of it. What of that trust and knowledge, the tool thinks is relevant to the question at hand. And then you leverage that relevant trust and knowledge into an articulation of a potential answer or strategy. So that's a fundamental component, I think, of any GenAI era tool that's grounded on trusted data. And as it provides the answer, provides you the trace back into what specific data the model used to achieve that conclusion. So the human then verify that it's indeed pertinent, is valid to their case, educate themselves on it so they can speak effectively to that outcome.
You and I have talked in the past about how initially users are rightfully skeptical of a tool, and then they find the data they need. And then the next time they're a little more willing to be able to say, gosh, this is actually pretty good. And that virtuous cycle makes things better. So I really like your idea of taking trust but verify and making it more positive, saying, I'm going to verify that the data is right. And then the next time I use it, will be more trusted.
In the legal space, we're all sort of professionally trained skeptics. So adoption and change in processes comes with great rigor. Validating the result, gaining confidence. We started out with GenAI. We started the leaders within the litigation team. And then with that positive momentum, we expanded to all the litigation team, eventually into IP, employment legal. And now we're looking into some more compliance teams, product compliance, and a number of other teams that have come to really use that tool as a key component of their legal research and workflow.
If people just take away one or two items, what should those be?
As we look into GenAI tools grounded on trusted data, identify where do I have trusted data? How do I get access to trusted data? We've spoken in the past about private data versus public data. How do you have your own data in a way that's accessible to a GenAI from a RAG perspective? And who of outside providers can you partner with that can bring a rich and trusted set of public data? But I think that trust and verify cycle is very important. We started the job, some solutions that were grounded in external and public available data like VLAC. I'm excited to continue partnership with VLAC and the Salesforce platform to really start bringing those things together. How can you appropriately ground your analysis on your internal data set as well as that external data set and bring them together? We're progressively making headway towards that, and I'm very excited with the partnership.
We're thrilled about the partnership too. Leo, Miguel, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Damien.
But Damien and Leo will join me in a minute. Thank you guys very much. And as the observant that we'll see, you guys did a remarkable job at closing out the air gaps to make sure you managed to fit an awful lot of content in a very, very tight time frame. So thank you very much indeed for that. I know this was a very popular one in the people voting on what topics they wanted to see at Skills. So thank you very much for that. And incidentally, I first saw the topic you guys were putting forward at the same time. I saw a press release in November from Salesforce hiring 1,000 new salespeople to sell its agentic AI sales team, which is fabulous. So Salesforce will have a fabulously interesting perspective on how generative AI is implicating all areas. So we'll start with generative AI automating legal support services. Leo, you talked at the beginning around having done what a lot of teams do in their legal ops journey and building a sort of a legal intake system to triage root legal work. And you talked about that being a strong foundation for Gen AI driven automation. And the idea of those workflows is particularly interesting for sort of a business like Salesforce. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on the things you were thinking about in that particular space on how generative AI could facilitate the legal journey from there.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, and thank you for having us today. We're excited to be here. One of the areas that we're most excited, we're seeing some really near-term impacts of Gen AI, and particularly the agentic layer, the more autonomous layer, is in that the front end of that matter management journey, or as people call intake, where people come into a portal-like structure, but instead of like logging a case or logging a matter, they really have an opportunity to dialogue with an agentic support agent and have much of their answers fulfilled. Much like if you go to help.salesforce.com today, we launched a similar support about a month ago on our own product, and the number of cases coming in got dropped in half. We have that same thing internally for legal, where folks come into a site, they not only have a wealth of knowledge they can self-service, but now they have agents that can help them resolve their own issues. So that first deflection layer, we think it's important for both from a internal customer success perspective, where people can move on and do their business, but also to create a more fulfilling and rewarding workspace for our attorneys that really are left dealing with the more substantive, the more complex, more interesting questions that they need their input to move the business.
Fantastic, thank you. And a question in the chat from Caroline Hill, who thinking on the same lines as I am as well. Actually, one of the interesting points that you guys made was around how you're, I really like the way you were talking about how you were using vLex's knowledge resources to allow you to have more sophisticated conversations with outside counsel, and hopefully that should be aligning with good private practice firms that are supporting you, that they're not gatekeepers of legal knowledge per se, they're the strategic advisors that support navigating that framework in the context of the situations you're dealing with. But I'd be really interested to know a little bit more, Leo, about specifically how it's changing the conversations, and Damien, what you observe and see in terms of supplying content into in-house practices.
Yeah, let me I'll get started and I'll pass it on to Damien. As I mentioned, so we have that first layer, agentic layer, really triaging that sort of low-hanging fruits and keeping the business moving where it needed to. But all as our teams get focused on the more substantive matters, a lot of the questions that they're seeking answers from are really grounded on the what Damien called sort of public oil, the data of law, statutes, case law, and so forth. In our partnership with vLex, then when our own internal attorneys are leveraging their tools to really mine and analyze the matters that come our way, the different documentation that gets submitted, research questions that are posed to us in a much of a similar way that we would have posed questions to law firms in the past. It's not to say that we're not continuing to partner with firms, we are, but a lot of that initial triage for ourselves that now we're able to do in partnership with the vLex and some of those tools before we engage firms.
And thank you very much. And Damien, your perspective as well is really interesting. You obviously sell into two quite different, distinct markets in some ways. Be interested in your perspective on that too.
Yeah, it's true, and yeah, there's the client side and the also the law firm side, and so we happily sell to both. And so when you think about, I'd like to add one more thing about, you mentioned 1,000, 2,000 more salespeople, and that's something within Salesforce. Think of salespeople as rainmakers within law firms, and I think it's also in that same announcement they said they hired 2,000 salespeople and are not hiring engineers. And so if you think about in the law firm, you have finders, minders, and grinders. The finders are the rainmakers, and the minders and grinders are the people that do the work. And I wonder if Salesforce's work with not hiring new engineers maybe is a harbinger of things to come for law firms. Then I would also add on what Leo said is that one could imagine, why does a law firm get hired by somebody like Salesforce? And of course, the reason is that there are things that in those law firms' brains and within the walls of the law firms that Leo just doesn't have access to. When I was at Facebook, there were signs that say not everything you count actually counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. And one of the reasons that corporations hire law firms is because they have a lot of things that count but can't be counted. That is the things that happen in closed door meetings, the things that that really, during negotiations are not in any data set that we have in our public oil. So really there's that combination of private trusted oil and public oil cases, statutes, regulations, not just in the United States, but in 100 countries worldwide. That kind of data, public-private combination is really the most important thing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And we've got our 1-minute warning with the poll coming up, so please all do vote in the poll. But in the time remaining, and just picking up on that, talking about public and private data, and a lot of law firms are having to think about whether and how they can synthesize those pieces and legal practices within corporates as well. I'd be interested if you guys have got a thought on how that's handled, how you can augment and put both those data points of data sets together without intermingling them in certain ways.
Leo, want to take that, or should I?
Why don't you go ahead, Damon?
All right, cool. So, I mean, there's you can imagine, here's a private negotiated contract. Let's see whether this violates EU antitrust law. That is a combination of your private data, this particular contract, the merger agreement, for example, and EU antitrust law, which you as a law firm are not going to be taking yesterday's case or yesterday's regulatory decision. So we take care of that public side. And of course, the law firm has their private side.
Fantastic. Thank you guys so much. And I think that's absolutely perfectly on time. I really appreciate that as well. So thank you all. So that's the end of this section here. So thank you very much again to all the speakers and including to Ab for presenting on the poll results. And thank you to all of you, of course, because it's all your contributions that help for the annual survey. So we'll be back shortly. We'll be going out for our interactive lunch hour with the breakout sessions. The information is up here on the slide that you should have now. So we'll be right back, and the broadcast will resume at 2 p.m. Eastern. So in progress will be the breakout rooms for a quarter of an hour, and then we've got fully 50 minutes for everybody to take a lunch break. And please keep online where you can, and we'll have the skills online piece with the job hires board. So if you're looking to recruit anyone, this is a great opportunity to put it out there, and hopefully somebody can give you a lead for a great candidate for a role you've got. Please keep the conversation going elsewhere on LinkedIn and everywhere, and we'll see you all in a bit. Thank you.
We will be back after the breakout room at 1 p.m. Eastern. So welcome to the lunch break. This is the time where we are going to hear from the 5 sessions that got voted really high, but just not high enough to be on the top 10 sessions of today. And after that, we're going to go over anyone who is hiring. We'll give an opportunity to mention in 20 seconds the positions they're looking for, and then they can put the links in the chat for people who want to apply. If you have more than one position, please try to put a link to your website where you have all your listings. But if you have 2, you could do up to 2. And with that, we're going to go in the order that you see on the screen, and we're going to invite the first session, Kyla, to introduce what is your session. You've got 60 minutes.
60 seconds, I hope. I don't have 60 minutes prepared, but I am Kayla Kotola. My presentation is From Hesitation to Innovation, Frost Brown Todd's GenAI Pilot Success. If you are planning to introduce a GenAI legal tool or want to learn how to maximize your adoption, please watch our video to hear about how we used the FBT Brain Trust pilot program to overcome the initial hesitation we experienced when attempting to launch our GenAI initiative. In our video, my colleague Masako Hashimoto and I will share how our hands-on approach, intensive training, and dedicated support led to the effective adoption of GenAI at FBT and turned our Brain Trust attorneys into trusted GenAI experts in their practice groups.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Please watch.
And we're going back to Elizabeth.
Hi, everyone. Happy Skills Day. I'm Elizabeth Kapuns. I'm the Director of Knowledge Management at DLA Piper. And together with Lisa Dewey, the pro bono partner of our law firm, in our video, we wanted to highlight the tremendous need for legal services in the community. So we believe that KM and technology, and now especially the GenAI functionality that's out there, can really support and amplify all the pro bono efforts in our law firms and other organizations. And we hope that with the examples we gave in the video, that might be helpful. And also, please contact us if you're interested in joining a working group of people from firms, vendors, etc., to try to tackle these issues together. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Irina.
Hello, all the way from Lithuania. I'm head of KMI at the Baltic law firm Sorainen, where we built our own AI assistant based on our use cases and needs. So at first we did a very quick proof of concept with Microsoft, and then quickly evolved in a full-fledged production, and are currently very proud parents of Ivor, who is not only any kind of AI tool type of functionality provider, but also emulates how Sorainen employee would actually react or have a thought process or have a specific style of answering to the requests or prompts that we have. So currently it's able to interact with our quality management system, our know-how, our templates, training kind of information, and also any sort of uploaded data or documents. So the future is very bright, very ambitious. We really hope that we can bring Ivor to the next level over the next couple of years. And we are inviting you to see how it functions throughout the
music.
Lawyer.
Thank you. And next we have Amos. Amos, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Oz. I'm Amos Israel. I had the Legal Tech Innovation Lab at Sapir Academic College in southern Israel. My presentation discusses the disruption of the traditional path to seniority in law firms. How will we have seniors with less juniors and disrupted pathways? I offer that firms will hire fewer juniors, but will need to learn to identify super juniors. I discuss some needed and expected changes in law firms and expected changes and pressures that the pressures will cause in legal education, which is what I do as my daily job. And thank you very much. And I'm open for discussions.
Thank you, Amos. And that's related to some of the headhunting people that had the conversation about it. So I just want to remind everyone before we go to the last session, all those sessions are included on our website. You will get them when you go there, when you get a reminder tomorrow or later today. And with that, Travis.
Thank you, Oz. I'm stepping in for my business partner, Stephen. I'm one of the founders of Jigsaw. We have a presentation. Well, first of all, thank you for the votes. No surprise we didn't get voted directly in because we didn't have AI in the title. But we did a presentation with Gibson Dunn, a global head of the department there. And the idea being, it's not just talking about the visuals that lawyers often provide to their clients, but it's going above and beyond, because we're already working, I think, with a lot of the top firms and a lot of the people who are here today. It's showing how you can use these visuals to do things which aren't probably thought of today. It's not about just becoming more efficient with showing visuals and diagrams, but the Gibson Dunn talk about how they're helping to retain talent, how they're helping to generate more revenue, how they have happier clients, how this type of software is actually cheap relative to the cost when you look at those benefits. Have a listen. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for that. And we're going to switch to the job board. So anyone who put an asterisk before your name, now is your chance. We're just going to go one by one. Just unmute yourself, and you could tell us what the position you're hiring for. And then if you could put your link to people to apply in the chat, would be great. And if people are shy, I can say, and by the way, Vivian came up with another solution. If you're looking for a job, you could put an exclamation point before your name, so people will know you're available. But we can start. Do we have Caroline Sweeney? Is she back from lunch?
I'm here. We're hiring for a senior research librarian ideally in our Minneapolis office, but open to somebody being housed in one of our other locations.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate Simpson.
Hello. Fireman & Company are looking for an experienced management consultant. It's remote. If you have any experience in foundation and other experience management systems at law firms, we want to hear from you. I will put the the URL in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you. Preeti.
Thank you, Oz. We're looking for a legal innovation manager. So as I said, I just joined the firm and I'm hiring for my team. We're rolling out loads of things like Copilot, CoCounsel, Adderant, a lot of tools. So it's an exciting time to join us, and I'll drop the link in the chat.
Thank you. Cindy.
I'm Cindy Bear. I'm the Chief Data and Innovation Officer at Frost Brown Todd. We are getting ready to hire a library coordinator, administrator. Would be great to have somebody who's interested in pursuing an MLS maybe in the future. So if you know more of a junior person who would like to break into a great team, please let us know.
Tom Baldwin.
Hi, we're hiring for 2 Power BI developers and a legal data architect. Comp and equity in a fast-growing startup are on the table. Links are forthcoming.
The other Tom.
Great, thanks. We're hiring for 2 things. One is a legal innovation and AI associate to join us as we continue to test and roll out AI solutions and other innovation at McGuire Woods. The second is I also run a team called MW Excel, where we provide legal operations consulting to our clients. I was a COO for some legal departments in the past, and so we're leveraging that to do a value add to our clients. We've had that up and running for about 3 years, so we're looking for somebody with some legal ops chops to come join us and help us with that consulting. And the jobs aren't up yet, but they will be in the next week, so just reach out if you have any recommendations.
Thank you. Rachel Thompson, do you want to speak about what you just posted?
Sure. Not on my team, but Sylvia Bau's team that has all the CAM lawyers, and we do have an opening right now for a CAM specifically for that practice group. Lots of interesting things to do.
Anyone else wants to talk about positions? And if not, this is open floor now. In the next 40 minutes, you could talk about whatever you want. This is being broadcasted, but probably going to get cut out from the event recording. And thank you for all of you who posted the links to the job positions. So, Tom, why won't you tell us what your company does exactly?
Which Tom owes me?
You, Tom, yeah.
Well, you know how most law firms struggle with having a single source of truth for all their data across all their systems. We provide a turnkey lakehouse in Azure that helps centralize data from 15, 20, 30 different line of business systems to create a single source of truth that powers analytics, AI, downstream applications. So, KM groups that are rolling out a new intranet, enterprise search, experience management, new CRM, you're going to do data projects 5 different times, do it once in our platform, and we power everything. We've got 6 customers signed on the platform and several more online this year.
Thank you. And Vivian, since you were the only brave person to put exclamation point, what are you looking to do?
So I spent 8.5 years at Liberty Mutual. I was a senior product owner in charge of legal technology. I'm looking for another position in legal operations, in knowledge management, in product management, technology strategy. So.
And where are you based?
I'm based in Boston.
Todd, you're not muted, but we don't hear you. Your lips are moving.
Yeah, I was double muted. Yeah, no, me complaining about the construction happening behind me seems trivial compared to David, so I apologize. Thanks for calling me out. I actually do have some positions open also that are not yet posted, but I'm going to be looking for some KM platform managers in the very near term. Probably have the jobs posted in the next week or so as well. These are people who are going to be liaising with the practices, doing some low-code solutions, managing practice sites, things like that. We're doing some interesting work, and they'll be exposed to some pretty cool technology and work with some good lawyers. So if you know anybody, please reach out.
And Sebastian, what are you doing now that Kate left? What are you working on?
I was trying to find the unmute button. Apart from crying, from Kate leaving us, we're doing a lot of interesting work in. So I want to say that I've been moved into the IT department, and a lot of the work has been involved with working with business departments, not so much the practice groups, to finding gaps and opportunities to provide efficiencies and value adds. So there have been some pretty interesting talks today that are very, very pertinent to what we're doing. So, for example, the RFP proposals solution that was shown before, it's very much something that we're working on. So I said, that I was very very happy to see other firms working on something similar as well. So I'll probably be connecting with those people. And then, other opportunities in business departments like marketing, business development, that kind of thing.
And people, what are the sources of new? How do you keep current about what's happening? What do you read? What do you follow? If you could put in the chat links to the podcasts that you follow, the newsletters, the websites that you think are helpful to stay up to date, that would be really helpful. If anyone wants to speak up about it, now is a good time. Sarah.
I just started exploring LexFusion and their collection of training and videos and articles. Super helpful. I just built out an entire resource page on legal ethics, and I found so many resources there that helped me in my thinking and that I was linking to things. So it was a wonderful collection.
Great. Doug? I'm sorry. First, Nick, who raised his hand. So that's the etiquette here.
That's the etiquette. I'd never not follow your etiquette, Oz. On the podcast, a recommendation I give to people is the AI Daily Brief, which is a really good one. It's not legal specific, but it's really great on where we're at with language models. There's some great stuff. I was listening to an interview on the way in this morning with the vice chair of AI at KPMG, who was talking some really, really interesting perspectives. By contrast, I was listening to a Babbage podcast from The Economist the day before, which is very much more skeptical. So, but I do recommend, well, both of those. But the AI Daily Brief is very digestible, very worth a listen.
Doug,
I was going to say the AI podcast too. That's a great one. Ethan Mollick's book was fabulous. Actually, I think someone already mentioned, but he has a Substack that you should probably get as well. That's also fabulous. So sorry, just agree with everyone. I agree with everyone.
Well, a person is always hard to agree with is Ari Kaplan. Ari not only is a very controversial, he also does it in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable. I think he actually went to get real lunch. So
I'm here. I got removed from my office, so I'm sitting in the kitchen. Anyway, I would actually, since you brought this up, I wanted to, first of all, I have a podcast called Reinventing Professionals, and it probably features the largest audio archive of legal tech. One of them, at a minimum, there are probably 1,000 episodes. But I did want to highlight something just because I posted it earlier today, and it was about jobs. And I want to just pull up the post because we had a breakfast earlier this week, and there were several people who mentioned, several companies that mentioned it. And so I'm just going to list it in case anybody's interested. And I'm happy to make an introduction if you want to, but Pursuit, company called Tabish Group, KL Software, ConEd, FileRead, Harvey, Smokeball, Techromatic, and a company called Flytech all mentioned an interest in jobs. And so I'll should put a link to the LinkedIn post if you're interested. And again, happy to be a resource. They just mentioned it, so I want to try to help create opportunities for our community. And I'll just throw that here if anybody's interested. Cool.
Great. And Ari, are you going to, what are the next events you're going to participate in?
We have a Legal Tech Mafia breakfast in New York City on Tuesday, March 11th. Vishal Agnihotri is hosting, and I don't know. I'll be in and out of Manhattan, I guess. I'll be at Legal Week obviously. I'll be at Lexpo. I'll be at Clock. I'll be at, I guess for the next few months. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you there.
Okay, so if we're done posting about resources, let's post about events, other conferences that you think people should know about for this audience that will be interest.
Is anybody going to that? I saw ILTA is restarting the SharePoint Symposium type thing. It's SharePoint Symposium and then a Copilot one for the next day in next month in Chicago.
Yep, I'll be there.
I signed up yesterday. Cool.
I'm going to go to the College of Law Practice Management Conference coming up in February. And I know Patrick put it in the chat earlier, but I love KMI every October. So I think that's my favorite.
For those of you who are New York based and in technology procurement roles, the New York Legal Tech Meetup is having a drinks and demos event at Fried Frank on the 30th that Condon is hosting.
Great. Christian, since you're here, why would you tell us about your company? Where do you stand? What do you do?
Hey, this is why I pop out for my lunch, is to come in here and just make sure you know about the event, and I get looped into a conversation. Lega, for those of you who are not familiar, is an AI exploration platform. We're trying to help primarily large law firms more safely navigate the AI landscape, which is, as everyone knows, changing by the absolute minute. So, something that's state of the art today could be obsolete in 3 months. On the model side, as we've heard a lot about today, there's a lot of uncertainty about what the right use cases are, and those are evolving and changing over time. Obviously, AI is a very broad horizontal enablement layer, so the amount of things you can do with it are myriad, and we need safer ways to explore to do that. And that safety conversation is significantly impacted by policy requirements and restrictions that are themselves changing by the day, both the internal policies, outside counsel guidelines, the regulatory landscape. And so the instinct behind Lega is that we need to find a way to empower lots of diverse explorers to help find the valuable use cases of this technology, but we have to find a way also to create the safety for that exploration with guardrails. And so that's what we do. And at a very high level of abstraction, the platform has kind of two halves. There's a lab half where you can bring trusted resources in and nimbly test and try and configure apps for use cases. You can also do the ChatGPT alternative chatbot stuff, but you can build out kind of task bots that are specific to certain purposes, and test them kind of nimbly for value. And then on the governance side, there's a gateway through which everything is flowing. So you have comprehensive audit and visibility and monitoring over who's doing what and what data is going where. So you can enforce those policies and understand when they're not being adhered to and start to drive cultural change. And there's a really interesting linkage between those two things, because it's exactly the governance tooling, like the monitoring for the governance purposes, that gives you the commercial insight you need to know who's doing what. So, you can have a broad chatbot experience, but when you see you've got 30 lawyers all trying to do the same thing through the general conversational interface, you can deliver a task bot that's optimized for a specific use case. We'll hear a little bit about that later in the session later today.
And in the governance side, do you also do training? Do you offer people, do you monitor that they first attend training before they go to start driving? Do they have a license to drive your AI tools?
It's a great question. Our customers are very much choose their own adventure when it comes to things like that. But we have some pretty strong opinions about how to do that successfully. And actually, I'm not going to scoop ourselves now, but we have some announcements coming out next couple of weeks on some very interesting, very specific initiatives about how you might get people started in that way, how you might set up those sorts of test kitchen type environments to provide the experiential learning. I thought the session at the very beginning of the day that Paul Weiss did with Harvey was absolutely phenomenal. And the practical insight there about what needs to happen to actually drive change sounds spot on to me from our experience. So really valuable to hear that discussion.
Thanks. Yeah. Matt, you heard Amos talks about the need to change in the training of lawyers. What do you guys do to help?
Yeah, thanks, Oz. And we had a good conversation about that in our breakout session as well, right? I mean, we are teaching at Cornell Tech a 1-year graduate program focused on technology law. And our students in that program, they're all required to go through 2 semesters of straight up innovation where they learn how to build things, legal tech or not. and get introduced to those skills, learn how to innovate and build things that are gonna solve problems on their feet. We're also teaching a legal technology course in partnership with Neurologic, and we bring in a number of guest speakers, some of whom I see around this room, to introduce students to the legal tech ecosystem and also to give them some hands-on training to build specifically legal tech solutions for those who are interested. To a certain extent, the AI world is changing so quickly, as a number of folks have identified. We could train them on one tool, and by the time the next year rolls around, it'll be a different tool that folks are using. So for us, it's really about continuing to ensure they're learning the fundamental skills, but also to help them learn how to adapt to a very rapidly changing environment where technology is going to be more and more integrated.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Jeroen, you raised your hand.
Yep. Thank you. You asked for a couple of things, websites and blogs and podcasts that people are following. I'm shamelessly plugging Legal Technology Hub, especially with Stephanie Wilkins, formerly at Legal Tech, ALM Legal Tech, joining us. We've rapidly become the go-to space for legal tech and innovation news, insights, and analysis. I'm posting a free coupon for free job postings at legaltechjobs.com. That coupon code is valid for 3 months. It's skills25. And then we're inviting everyone who's based in London to join us for a Legal Tech and Innovation Conference on April 24th. It's fairly similar to the successful one that we're hosting in New York towards September. And we've been holding in New York for the last 3 years.
Thank you. I saw Max. I thought about you when Matt talked about the lessons that they teach there and the practical experience. Tell us, Max, what's changed since you switched jobs? Is your world the same? Are things different?
Different for sure. Definitely different. I think the faces are the same, looking around the room, the industry, but I think people's outlook, but just for background, everyone, I'm sort of in the no-code, low-code space. So as people are pushing out and deploying their own applications and looking to take control of sort of the innovation process without having to spend too much time with IT, I'm at a company called Brighter, is that honestly, more interactions with people who don't have a law background, which I think is fantastic. Honestly, because they're bringing in sets of skills that project management and design and a whole bunch of things, even people that actually understand and know numbers is another huge skill that's been great and not immediately apparent when you're building and deploying apps or even thinking about no code, but absolutely critical when you are testing to see if something's successful or optimizing for X or whatever it might be. So that's one thing on top of the AI elephant in the room. That's all supercharging, a lot of these applications and what drives them on the back end, but, away from the chatbot style. So it's AI doing very prescriptive things in the background. So it might not necessarily be apparent, but it's extracting, comparing, summarizing, all that good stuff. So I think the industry has developed over the past year since I've sort of switched my hats. And along with that, it's just been exciting to ride that with Brighter. So yeah.
Thanks. Jennifer is looking to connect with litigation knowledge management lawyers to talk about litigation knowledge management lawyering, I guess. Jennifer, do you want to tell us what would you hope to get? And if people have any suggestions, or first you can find them. Sarah, where does someone who doesn't live in a major city can find their peers?
Yeah, you have to get online with people. And Jen, you make virtual coffee with me. We'll talk. I'm not a litigation knowledge lawyer now, but I was, and I'd be happy to chat with you. And I can come up with at least 3 introductions, I promise you. So we'll do that. But you got to get online because wait a second. Oh, Pittsburgh's like a major city. It's
Oh,
just
I didn't
not
know that.
work. Come on now.
Since The Wire, I didn't. Brandy.
Hey, don't diss the bug.
Good job, Carolyn.
Brandy, since you see many law firms and many projects, any trends you identify recently? What are things that are interesting that are happening?
Well, in addition to the obvious AI conversation everyone's having, I'm definitely seeing trying to rein in all the data that's out there through we do UX UI and a lot of very bespoke design for internal products. I'm seeing a lot of systems to try to surface data from various other products. You know, the ecosystem is huge, and there's attorney has to log in to 6 or 8 different places. So how can we surface the most meaningful data? How can we personalize something as simple as, an intranet homepage and make that very specific to what attorneys are looking for? So really just continuing to wrangle that data in a way that's useful.
Thank you. Michael, from consulting to law firm to consulting, share some perspective.
Yeah, definitely. Just, it's been a really cool few months getting to work with some different people, some on this call currently.
I get to work with you.
Yeah, Sarah's incredible to work with. I would highly recommend it. She's as engaging and nice as everyone I'm sure thinks, because she's that great. And so that's been incredible to work with
I don't know
her.
if people think I'm nice, but you are. So,
They should.
I will recommend you very highly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I mean, so working with Sarah on just really trying to build out a KM program and trying to do all the different things that go along with that, not only from the substantive KM side, and the real nitty-gritty substance of it, but just thinking about it from a personnel perspective and the operations and processes around that and how to make all of those things come together in the most effective way. We've been really working a lot on that. So I come at it from the KM as well as the operations side. So, and also I've been able to work in-house on an engagement where I did a lot of the kind of the underlying work that leads right into AI, where you're really creating a knowledge base and then pointing an AI tool at that knowledge base and extracting the insights you want from that, really, concentrated base of reliable content. To me, that is, there's a lot of use cases, but that's the most low-hanging fruit on how to really get to it.
I totally second that. I think that if you are nervous about AI, given that it is a fast-moving and there is not yet a clear winning system, the one thing you should do right now in the next year or 2 is to get your house in order, your knowledge organized, get your taxonomy in place, because AI is a tool, it will only sit on your knowledge. We had at Simpson Thacher a great experience with the RAG. We use our friends at Deep Judge. And finding all your knowledge and then putting it to work with, they call it what we call agents, they call workflows, or the other way. But it's really powerful and exciting.
Yeah.
Caroline, do you want to share anything? In Pittsburgh?
It's been a great day so far. I'm really enjoying it. I just want to iterate what I put in the chat, that if anyone is Pittsburgh based and is passionate about knowledge management and innovation and Gen AI and all those things, Sarah and I are right here. And we get together when we can. So we would love to hear from you and expand that circle. Also, I guess I would just add that I am in the throes of putting together some hiring. It's too early to share a link, but I just wanted to put it out there since I have this great audience. So that's going to be around the knowledge management lawyer PSL type role. So hit me up.
In what practices?
TBD.
Okay.
I know what I want.
We'll wait for the announcement.
I'll come back and when I've got all my ducks in a row.
Right. Great. Rob, why did you decide to join Christian from all people? You had a few options. You look at the market. You know, Horace was here, was looking to help building his thing. Like, what made you go there?
It's his hair, really. Like, you just can't beat that. I mean, come on. Putting me on the spot, Oz, I love it. I've worn lots of hats over 25 years in the space, as you know. I've been in vendors, I've been in law firms, I've been in big companies, been in small. The last several years, I've kind of bounced around looking for the next thing that I was excited about, looked for the next team that I really wanted to work with and enjoyed waking up every day, every minute, like, which is the startup life. And long story short, like, Christian and I have known each other for a long time. I've participated in his excellent events in New York. And as I've learned more and more about what he was doing with Lega, I got more and more involved, started advising. I invested in the company. I quickly went from casual interest to all in, and it was a no-brainer. Like, I'm very happy to be where I'm at. I've got an excellent partner in Christian, and the team we're building is awesome. So I missed it. Apparently, I really missed the torture of being in a startup over the last 10 years. So here I am again, one more time, one more bite of the apple.
And Christian will 8, but you don't have to comment, Christian, unless you have something to say. So, by the way, the rule of engagement here: if you turn on your camera, you're hinting that you're interested to be asked questions. If you go unmute, it means you have a pressing thing, and if you raise your hand, you're being the most polite. So, Damien, since both you and Horace have the mic in front of you, can you tell us an update? What's happening with Sally?
I cannot. Other than Sally, the taxonomy is going wonderfully well. We're getting gangbusters work from law firms, from corporations, and from legal tech companies. For 4 years, Jim Hannigan and I were pushing a boulder up a hill, often with many people on the call right here. The boulder was being pushed up the hill for 4 years, but now the boulder is rapidly going downhill. The adoption is going amazingly well. If you'd asked me 5 years ago, could we have a taxonomy that would be adopted by Thomson Reuters, by LexisNexis, by iManage, NetDocuments, I would have told you you're crazy, but here we are.
Yeah, and that's an example of how standards help everyone. Horace, you went unmuted.
Oh no, I was simply going to say, like, I can say nothing about Sally. I'm a big fan, but I have contributed nothing to it. I'm a very enthusiastic observer to Sally.
Some people say "lay down, Sally," but I won't make that joke.
There's songs about this, Damien, and I'm surprised you haven't started singing yet.
That was it was going to be my walk-on music to the American Legal Tech Awards, but sadly,
So for those who don't know, Damien, about your music life, can you a little bit?
That's so. My bachelor's degree is in music. I was going to be a choir conductor, but as I was student teaching, conducting a Brahms piece, 2 of my tenors started punching each other in the face. So I thought maybe I'm going to go to law school instead. So yeah. So now the joke is that I broke up fistfights in classrooms to start fistfights in courtrooms. But yeah, so I have a virtual choir where we have 6 continents in Australia and also all over the world where we put 50 people together and sing.
And you've done something about IP and music.
You can brute force. I've copyrighted 471 billion melodies. I've done that through brute force. You can brute force a password by going A B A C. I did that with music, where I went da 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 re da da mi da da fa until I mathematically exhausted every melody that's ever been and ever can be to the tune of 471 billion melodies. I recorded them to disk. Once written to disk, they're copyrighted. Then every defendant before my TED Talk, which has been seen 2 million times, every defendant has lost. Every defendant after my talk has won, including Katy Perry, Led Zeppelin for Stairway to Heaven, Ed Sheeran twice, once for the UK, once in the US, all arguing what I argued, that maybe those melodies are unoriginal, therefore uncopyrightable.
Great.
What we need
Thank
to
you.
do, Damien, is organize a party with Ed Sheeran, Katy Perry, Led Zeppelin, and all those people. I'll
It's funny.
attend.
I know somebody in the UK who knows Ed Sheeran. And I said, tell that asshole that he owes me a beer. But I've not yet gotten a beer from Ed Sheeran.
You're spoiling the headline plans for Skills 26.
Anyone else want to raise anything? We've got 10 minutes. So, Kevin, since you just joined, and we were asking, what are the main, you need to come back with your camera, Kevin. We asked people about the events that they're intending to join. Can you tell us about upcoming events you're involved with?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I literally just jumped back on a second ago. I had a quick call. Yeah, thank you for asking. We have an event happening on March 4th in Chicago, the human side of legal tech, which gets just into that specifically. Change management, adoption, teams and talent. Certainly encourage everyone to have a look at the agenda on our website at insidepractice.com. That's coming up rather quickly. We are doing, as we did last year, a follow-up on the AI XKM event at the end of April. That's April 29th. Kind of in the weeds on that one right now. And then relative to the same audience, we're doing a data strategy and modernization event again, I think somewhere in June. We don't have that one solidified yet, but that was at Paul Hastings last year, which was a really great event. So that's this side of the midpoint of the year. But yeah, again, thanks for asking us.
Thank you. Tom was very happy about it. Megan, what's new in your life other than having some great people on the team?
Well, we are in the middle of reviewing and launching tons of pilots. And so just trying to kind of keep that organized and keep our pilot user groups from being angry at us for we keep going to sort of our same champions. But yeah, things are going well. Just a lot moving. Everything's changing so quickly. So wanting to make sure that we keep up with sort of the convergence and kind of really outlining what products we're looking at for which tasks. But yeah, just kind of making sure we're getting technology in the hands of our people.
Christian and then Nikki.
Thanks, Oz. You just made me realize I should probably say something about the meetup since we have such a large group of firms represented here. For those of you who are not familiar, there's a group of about 2,000 lawyers and technologists in New York that make up the New York Legal Tech Meetup, which is a very kind of ecumenical kind of community support and organizational kind of body that really is just trying to help the ecosystem of people within it who are doing cool and interesting things. We operate entirely non-commercially. So there's no pay-to-play dynamics. We don't take sponsorship payments from vendors or anything like that. We just try to put on cool programming and do that in a way that may not be commercially sustainable. So the great other people putting on events here that do great events, but do it on a paid basis are not going to be doing this sort of thing. So like we are able to do that thanks to the grace and support of large law firms and corporates who provide the venues and the food and the drink for the events. We basically do everything else. It's a turnkey thing. And we've hosted at probably a dozen and a half of the largest law firms in the world in New York. The meetup has largely been kind of on hiatus since COVID hit, and then I moved out of the country for a while, but we're back and we've got a wonderful new crew behind it, a steering committee, a number of whom are here on this call, putting together events. And I mentioned the next one coming up, which is at Fried Frank on the 30th. But if any of you work at large firms and would be interested to engage with the community and bring an event that's really fun and cool, where you don't actually have to do anything into the firm and make it easy for your lawyers to get there by like hopping on the elevator as opposed to leaving the building, we would love to work with you and do that. Please reach out to me or any steering committee member of New York Legal Tech Meetup. The website is just nylegaltech.com and all the contact info's on there. So
great. And that's straight with the mission of skills. Nikki, you've been, I mean, I know you're not going to talk about your upcoming session in 6 minutes, but what else have you been seeing? You've been around in terms of developments, where people spend their energy and time, what's new and exciting?
It's early in the year to talk about what's coming in 2025, but I think it's interesting. We've already seen a number of consolidations in the market. I do want to call out that for those of you who aren't already receiving newsletters from LTH, please sign up. We have every Monday, we're sending out what we call the Monday Rewind, and it gives news about all of the new startups that we've seen and that we've added to the site over the past week. So it's a great way to stay on top of what's coming in the market. We also provide an update on new content added to the site. And of course, we have Stephanie Wilkins, who is writing her weekly column on Tuesdays, as well as our other analytical content and market insights that come out on a regular basis. And for those of you who have been to our event in September, our flagship innovation event, for the first time this year, we're hosting one in London in April. So anyone who is in London or interested in coming over to London for an April version of our innovation and legal tech event, let us know, and we'd love to see you there.
And you have something else in New York in March?
We have every year for the past 3 years, this will be the 4th year, we have had an event we call Legal Eve, which is a party on the Monday night of Legal Week, just before things really kick off. So that is an open invitation to a party that should be great. Obviously, there is a limit on the number of people we can have there, but that day, for the first time, we're hosting what we call Vendor Fest, which is a conference especially for vendors. So I know we have a lot of you on the call today. If you're interested in that, reach out. It is content that is strategic and geared specifically to legal technology vendors and should be very helpful and provide a forum for you to collaboratively talk through a lot of your issues and concerns.
Thank you. And Ari, I know you're going to facilitate a session at the Closed Door KM Summit in March. Do you want to say anything about it? And if not, we're going to ask Nick to tell us what else is going to be on the agenda for that day as a volunteer organizer.
Well, if it's anything like last year, it's going to be rowdy and engaging and fun. And I'm honored to participate. Always.
Meanwhile, Andrea, how cold is it?
It's a little chilly. We'll be minus 15 Celsius next week. Oh, God. So looking forward to that.
Yeah. Every time I'm thinking about complaining, I have a child who is in McGill in Montreal, which is even more cold than Toronto. And it's going to be next week negative in Fahrenheit, which I've never experienced. So I'll be in the Middle East enjoying warm weather. Svetlana, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Oz. My name is Svetlana Surikova. I'm based in Boston. I'm a strategy consultant by training. I spent a lot of time advising private equity funds on value creation. I currently do growth advisory and business development for a team of ML natural language processing engineers that have more than 10 years experience in different industries, including legal. Lots of projects about document summary and other. And I'm happy to chat with anyone who would be interested in augmenting the AI projects or other kind of projects with highly trained technical team. And I'll put my email in the chat.
As we are getting ready to get back together from lunch, we have another minute. I'm just going to remind everyone you could find the reports on the website. You're also going to be able to find each one of the sessions that you saw today individually on the site if you want to share it with your team. And the recording of the entire day is going to be there. There's some people who write summaries of this event, so we're going to share them all on the LinkedIn group, skills.law. And if you are using social media, use the hashtag skillslaw as a way for us to find each other. And with that, I think we're ready to go straight to our next session. Thank you.
I'm Nikki Shaver, the CEO of Legal Tech Hub. Since ChatGPT launched, the landscape for legal AI tools has exploded. The category of legal AI assistant grew from 2 products in March 2023 to over 80 by the fall of 2024. This rapid evolution has created confusion for law firms and other legal tech buyers. Without piloting and validating legal AI products, it's impossible for buyers to know whether they are reliable.
Hi, I'm Ryan, and this is Langston. We started Val's AI to benchmark large language models and generative AI applications on enterprise-specific tasks. Benchmarking has largely been an academic effort, but it has not been sufficient to understand the frontier of applied AI. Existing open source benchmarks are often leaked into pre-training corpuses, so the results lose meaning, and we also find that these benchmarks are largely built on contrived academic tasks rather than real-world industry use cases.
To enable our benchmarking, we have built our own testing infrastructure. Our platform allows subject matter experts to perform the review and over time, shift that review to our automated testing system. This can be used by researchers and developers to test the incremental ability of their applications. It can also be used by buyers like law firms to rigorously evaluate any product, aiding a manual pilot process.
When Jeroen and I met Vals and learned about the capabilities that Ryan and Langston had developed to evaluate AI models at scale using technology, we realized quickly the opportunity to develop a study that could bring to the industry the understanding that both vendors and buyers sought about the efficacy of legal AI products. Upon learning that the Vals capabilities could evaluate not just foundation models, but any product through an API, we commenced planning for a project that would establish the kind of independent benchmarking the industry so desperately needed.
My name is Jeroen Plink, and I'm the CEO of Legal Tech Hub. A number of the studies run in 2024 were damaging to legal technology providers and to the industry as a whole, because they suggested that AI was not safe or reliable for use in legal. These studies had a detrimental impact, increasing skepticism in the market in a way that was not justifiable. When we met Vals, we knew there was an opportunity to correct the record and increase trust and transparency in the market by conducting a truly independent, impartial study using a robust methodology to show where AI can be useful in legal work.
We recognized that a project of this nature would not be successful unless it was truly collaborative, involving all of the interested parties, and it leveraged the right kind of data for the purpose of developing the benchmarks. That data had to be sourced from lawyers so that the study properly showed whether the products were reliable and useful in relation to the work that lawyers actually did. We reached out to a number of law firms seeking participation in a consortium effort to source the data for the project, and were delighted that 8 firms came on board. We also determined that it would be extremely useful to develop a human control as part of the study in order to show the performance of actual human lawyers against the technology in each area studied. Demonstrating how the solutions performed in comparison to lawyers was part of what would make the study so useful.
Our first step was to define the specific tasks for which we wanted to evaluate the vendors. We landed on 7 skills: data extraction, document question answering, summarization, redlining, transcript analysis, chronology generation, Edgar research, and legal research. In the first study, we're releasing all the results except legal research.
With these use cases, we then reached out to the major legal vendors to see if they wanted to be included. Each vendor could choose which of the 7 skills to opt in or out of. The vendors in the study are Thomson Reuters with CoCounsel, Lexis with Lexis plus AI, Felix with Vincent AI, Vecflow with Oliver, and Harvey. Through extensive collaboration with these groups, we understood the scope of their tools and created a methodology that is consistent with their designs.
In an effort to answer the question, what is the quality of the work product being produced by these legal generative AI tools, we found it necessary to establish a baseline measure of quality of work produced by the average lawyer. We used an ALSP to source lawyers who were asked to answer the same questions we posed to the vendors. This allowed us to identify the areas where generative AI tools outperform or underperform compared to an average lawyer.
For all of the skills except legal research, we evaluated the tools using our own automated evaluation infrastructure. Were we to manually score every single output of the 5 AI tools and the lawyers, it would have taken more than 400 hours. This would have been prohibitively slow and expensive. Instead, our methodology allows for the same criteria to be applied consistently to a response, reducing human errors as well as undesirable subjectivity and bias.
Based on some of the unique challenges posed by legal research, we felt it was necessary to evaluate this with its own methodology. It was at this point in the study that we brought on Tara Waters to be the project lead. As you can imagine, there were many moving parts, and Tara had the perfect experience to take on this role as the previous Chief Digital Officer at Ashurst, where she led the effort to test and implement generative AI products. I'll leave it to her to talk through the methodology for legal research.
Evaluating legal research has been a hotly debated topic, and so we felt it was important to understand the viewpoints of not just our consortium of law firms and vendors, but also the broader industry. We consulted with a number of independent lawyers, law librarians, and legal academics, as well as re-reviewed the rubrics that have been made public in connection with prior studies. We used this information to help inform the specific new rubric and scoring criteria that we created for the legal research task. And then that rubric was used for the conduct of the evaluation by a number of lawyers and law librarians, including representatives from Vanderbilt AI Legal Labs and BYU Law. Our criteria focuses on three key main aspects: accuracy of the substance of the answer, of course; authoritativeness, meaning correct and relevant sources have been cited, and incorrect and irrelevant sources have not been cited; and appropriateness in terms of the form and format of the answer. Bringing together and coordinating all of the different parts of not just the legal research task, but the study as a whole was a significant undertaking. And while many of us have been in law firms and conducting our own evaluations, I certainly can say this study was conducted at a completely different scale, a completely different pace, and to a more scientific method. And ultimately, one of the key learnings from this study is that to conduct these types of evaluations, both at scale and on a repeatable basis, is going to require collaboration across the industry in terms of agreeing acceptable benchmarking standards and methodologies, collating and maintaining high-quality data sets, and then running the studies themselves.
After collecting the results, we found that in 3 of the 7 skills, there were vendor solutions that outperformed the human baseline. These skills were data extraction, document question answering, and document summarization. These are the tasks where lawyers may have the greatest success in using generative AI. Document QA in particular produced the highest scores of the vendors out of any task in the study.
There were a few common error modes that we found in the AI tools that are important to keep in mind when using them in practice. In general, we found that some applications make mistakes when there are multiple clauses that need to be referenced for a single question. In other cases, the tools did not understand terms of art that were necessary to provide an accurate answer. The hardest questions were those in which the model had to read several documents and produce extracted text across them.
Interestingly, we found that the humans still made mistakes, such as issues in copy-pasting sources or writing very terse responses. These were often different types of mistakes than the AI tools made. We also discovered there were very clear differences between how the products were designed. Some of them handled long context or long documents better. Others would walk through their reasoning more carefully.
The response times also varied heavily, as low as a few seconds to as long as 5 minutes. Although there were differences, all tools were still significantly faster than the lawyer control group. 6 times faster at the lowest end, and 80 times faster at the highest end. For this reason alone, it is important to consider these tools as categorically different from lawyer work product.
Preliminary results are promising. They show without a doubt that AI is useful in the context of legal work. Anyone who's been resisting using AI because they're concerned about its reliability or accuracy will need to shift position. The VALS report proves that using AI in legal work will significantly improve not just the efficiency, but also the accuracy of certain workflows.
What's most fascinating about the study is that fact that in some of the areas studied, the technology outperforms the human lawyer control group. That doesn't mean that machines make better lawyers, but it does mean that for certain high volume tasks, AI is able to perform not just significantly faster, but also more reliably than humans. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, this outcome proves that investment in AI technology is beneficial in legal environments. The study also highlights the area where AI is best used. Data extraction and document Q&A, for example, is an optimal use of this technology compared to some of the other areas where it's useful but not as useful. Having developed a study that can be relied upon by the industry, the team looks forward to building upon these benchmarks in the future.
You can see our existing benchmarks by going to vals.ai, vals.ai. We will release the report soon on that site, and you can also subscribe to our mailing list to get an email when it's out.
This benchmark will not be static. We expect to repeat it at least once a year, integrating new products, testing out new tools, and collecting more data on more tasks. We will continue collaborating with members of the industry in order to do this. Law firms can contribute more data and advise in our testing process, and vendors can be considered for evaluation in subsequent iterations. If you'd like to be involved in the future, please get in touch with us at contact@vals.ai. Thanks.
That's awesome. Inviting Nikki and Jeroen and Ryan and Langston to the, hopefully all of you. Fantastic. That was an amazing insight into the work that you've been doing behind the scenes. Had no idea all of this was going on. Just a reminder, please put your questions in the chat with capital questions so that I can see them if you want me to ask any questions of the panelists. I have one first, which is, when's the report out?
Right. Well, if there's one recurring theme of the study, it's that we've had massive delays at every step, just with the unforeseen challenges. But I am still targeting to try and get the report out by end of the month,
Wow.
and if not, into early next.
Okay, very exciting. Thank you very much for that. So, what were some of the challenges that you faced apart from some delays?
Yeah, I can get it started, and then feel free others on the team to join as well. But I think the fundamental challenge that I saw is a lack of consensus in the group that we were trying to collaborate with. I mean, we couldn't even necessarily agree in the start as to what the use cases were, that we should study the generative AI tools. Products define them differently. Lawyers are looking to use generative AI in different use cases. So having a shared language for use cases was the first set of challenges. But then also, how do we evaluate the tools in a rubric or a method that everyone can agree on who's participating? That was the secondary challenge. And then I think I categorize a large set of challenges as kind of diplomacy. Like, how do we make sure everyone is happy and is bought into the methodology that we're taking for this study? So those are some of the challenges that we saw.
I'll just add to that to say every product works differently. So it's very difficult to create a methodology that actually compares apples to apples because it's not apples to apples. So whilst we've done our very best, and Ryan and Langston have done an amazing job, and the outcome is really worthwhile, that is always going to be one of the fundamental challenges.
Perfect. I'm going to dive into the chat questions. Which tasks are best left with lawyers? Which of these tasks do you expect AI to conquer soon? You did mention this, Nikki, in your which is which?
Yeah, on some of the more easier tasks or tasks that we could probably delegate to generative AI, we see document question answering, document summarization, as well as data extraction. In these areas, tools actually perform better than our lawyer baseline. On the other end of the spectrum, more of the research tasks or even chronology generation and redlining to a greater extent are tasks which we still see humans perform better than the generative AI tools. But I also think that frontier will shift considerably even over the next year.
I think we've also seen that while lawyers perform better, that doesn't mean the tools aren't useful to augment human performance, especially since they perform the task so much faster.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. If you could jump into the chat and answer some of the questions that were asked, that would be very helpful. Thank you ever so much for fascinating overview of the study that's coming out. I can't wait to read it, and I will be signing up to receive that as soon as it's out. So thank you so much. We're going to jump to the next 4 videos this afternoon. This is AI efficiency. This is very exciting. And we're going from benchmarking to a little bit more benchmarking. Thank you. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Thor Alden, the Associate Director of Innovation at Deckard.
Hi, my name is Faisal Sultan, and I'm the CTO and co-founder of Atria AI.
So our journey with chronologies in terms of Gen AI started in 2023 when a partner came to me and said, hey, can we use ChatGPT to generate chronologies? I said, let's give it a try. And we did. We plugged it in and the results were phenomenal. We had excellent chronologies being generated from the documents. The only problem was a lot of it was made up. And so we need to figure out, I mean, what else could we do? We had to find a way to get better than just ChatGPT. And so that's when Atria came in. So Faisal, question to you, can you beat ChatGPT?
Well, certainly we can beat ChatGPT. And the way that we do that is we take an ensemble approach to creating a chronology. So we take traditional machine learning techniques, we use natural language processing, and of course, generative AI to produce a chronology that is accurate. So combining and leveraging the strengths of each, we're able to overcome the deficiencies of just using one approach.
Kind of like those Tide stain remover pens, right? They have a lot of chemicals operating in the background, but they all work together to make your problem, your stain, go away.
It's a great analogy. And the reason being is because data in the real world is really messy. Let me give you an example. If we were just to extract 21st of May 1980, then we can build a very simple regular expression in order to extract that date. But dates in the real world are messy. You know, there may be a missing day, a missing year, dates may be spelled incorrectly or formatted incorrectly. And so we can use AI quite effectively in order to extract these dates across all of the different edge cases and understand all of the nuances going on in the real world.
So if I pull a data extraction library from GitHub, grab a few regex commands, can I build my own chronology tool? Why would I still need Atria?
Well, you can certainly give it a go, right? But I mean, the skill is being able to know how and when to use the right approach to build the chronology. So let's take another analogy, trying to coach a football team. You have to understand your players, understand their strengths in order to know when and how to use them to great effect. And so like coaching a football team, we have to understand the algorithms at a very intrinsic level to be able to combine them appropriately to create an accurate chronology.
Okay, let's take your analogy. If you're a coach, how do I know you're a good coach? In the real world, you have to play games and you either win or lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, right? And that's why the Legal Duel benchmarking platform was a great opportunity for us, because we can submit a chronology, we get a response, and we can use that feedback to get better. So like a great team, like a great sports team, we play the games, we understand how we did in the real world, and then we use that in order to get better over time.
I will say I've been pretty impressed with Atria. I mean, the great thing about Legal Duel is anyone can just join, compete on projects, winners then get ranked.
Yeah, just like in sports, right?
Yeah, and it's, you know, still growing, it's still the beginning. The one thing we have to keep in mind for chronologies is that at the end of the day, if you don't trust the underlying tool, the purpose of the tool becomes irrelevant because you have to double check everything. So I guess, Faisal, question to you, in Atria itself, in the tool, is there a way you can show when you have lower confidence in the output being generated?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a real problem. We've developed a concept called the certainty score, which allows us to present to the user in a great UX where we think the answer is either incorrect or is missing some vital information. And we also present to the user the underlying data structures and the source information so that they can verify where we think the data is incorrect. So it's a really important part of our whole offering.
Got it. So if someone's benchmarked you, then is that it? Or, I mean, what else is possible?
So we can do so much more. This is just the foundation, the ability to extract the data and extract dates. And now we can start doing some very clever things. So we've built a module called Deadline Guardian, which takes the dates and creates deadlines. So in effect, what we've done is we've taken the data and we've created actionable items in order to automate legal workflows.
But then how do you benchmark Deadline Guardian?
So you don't really have to, because what we've done is we've used a platform like Legal Duel to benchmark the hardest part, which was the extraction of the dates and the analysis of the dates. And so now we can take that data and create actionable items relatively quite easily. So all we really need the benchmarking platform for is for those portions that use large language models.
I got it. Okay, so you prove your capabilities on the core part and then everything flows from there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we're really excited about platforms like Legal Duel, where we can continuously improve and demonstrate our strengths. So in a sense, we think it's a win-win situation.
Especially if Atria gets to be at the forefront of all of this transformation.
Yeah, definitely. Because when it comes to legal tech, we're not just playing the game, we want to win.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jeroen, and thanks, Thor and Faisal. Please, if you could come to the stage. Thank you very much. Hello, wonderful presentation. There was a lot going on there. I loved the case chronology as the use case that you used for your benchmarking tool, and as well as your AI. And I am a clumsy person, and so your Tide pen analogy of how we blend a bunch of chemicals together was fantastic. So I'd like to ask about the benchmarking side. To what extent benchmarking is important if you're kind of building your own tools? Like, what's the business benefit?
Yeah, I mean, so really excellent question. When you're building your own tools, there's a couple things you want to make sure that happens, that you're not wasting your time. You want to build smart. And the best way to build smart is to know what LLMs are best, to know what third-party providers can do, because that ultimately saves you time if you know what models you can plug in from the get-go. Second thing you really want to do is you want to avoid those failures. If you look and you see that no vendor is accomplishing something, unless you have a magic data set, you are probably not going to do it as well. So as much as failure is part of the process, I want to avoid failure when I can. And so a good benchmark should allow you to avoid those failures. And third, it's also about ideation. If everyone out there can achieve something, maybe I can do it too. Maybe I can do it easily, and maybe I can save on costs, maybe even on third-party costs if it's something that's easily built. A benchmark really gives me the confidence to make that assessment.
Awesome. Atria, how beneficial has benchmarking been for the development of your product?
It's been really, really important for us, right, in two areas. Firstly, it's really focused our product development. By understanding the deficits, we're able to really just enhance those areas. And secondly, around strategic focus as well, right? So being able to get insights into where we're really good, we're able to couple that with what the market needs and then build solutions going forward. So Legal Duel was a real game changer for us because it allowed us to really understand what we're capable of and then benchmark ourselves against other vendors as well.
Yeah, awesome. So how does benchmarking benefit the other side, on the law firm side?
So what's happening at Legal Duel is you're effectively evaluating the performance of third-party providers and AIs, and what's happening is you're actually using AI to evaluate AI in a sort of quasi crowdsourced manner, which is kind of the exciting part. And for the details on that, happy to chat with anyone separately. But I think if you look at benchmarking principally, it really helps the little guy. And there are a lot of studies out there that focus on the bigger players and that look at, the Lexis and the Westlaws of the world. But if you have a good benchmark, it's going to benefit the little provider that's just getting started. So to give you an analogy, when I was in college, I could buy the book from the bookstore for $80. I could buy the used one for $60, or I could go on Amazon and buy it for $10. The reason Amazon was a good choice, or for me who wanted to save some money, was there was a benchmark on what a book is and what the quality of the book was. I was okay with a few pages that were scribbled in, but I didn't want it to be the wrong book. And that's because there was a benchmark on what a good book is and what the right standard is. And I think we need that same thing in legal, where you give that little guy a chance to show that they can do what some of the bigger guys can do, because that's ultimately what's going to allow them to grow in an effective and efficient way that really benefits everyone.
Yeah, well, KM is obsessed with standards and best practices and centralizing knowledge for the benefit of more. And so the drive towards benchmarking, whether it's the VALs of the world, but also Legal Duel, is an exciting future to look at. Atria, sorry, Faisal, I want to ask a bit more about Atria and how we started, why you started with the case cron tool. It is a painful task of almost every litigation associate you ever talk to. So I wondered why we started there.
Yeah, so we built upon our strength of being able to extract dates and create a chronology. And then we did a round robin of all four of our customers and our partners, right? And we said, what is your pain point, right? And so one of our customers said, you know what? actually getting the dates and identifying the dates and putting calendar invites, it takes an incredibly long period of time. And if we get it wrong, we either lose our jobs, we lose our clients, we lose money, people get fired, right? And it's actually one of the main reasons why insurance premiums are increasing as well, right? Like if you miss a deadline, it's a huge problem for law firms. So using the results of the benchmark, knowing that we're good at chronology, was just then being able to just create calendar invites and being able to process call to orders was just an extension of what we're able to do. We also got into the Slaughter and May incubator program last year. They were really excited about what we were doing, just encouraged us to move forward with this. So it's just one of a series of modules that we build on our platform. And it's a really good use case for what our customers are saying.
That's excellent. Thor, what's a challenge that's often underestimated in benchmarking?
So I think that the VALS folks touched on this too. I mean, you want to do a benchmark over and over, because if you do it for a limited slice of time, you go out there, you get the answers and you do it, but the moment you publish it, it becomes stale. Because I can guarantee you the vendor that comes out at the bottom is going to turn around and say, well, that was yesterday. Today, I am better. So any benchmarking that you do, you want to make sure you find a way to keep it relevant. You want to be able to tell the story of how things are improving, but also how you're making sure that what you said, a couple months ago or a year ago is still valid or needs to be updated. Especially with all the new LLMs upgrades continuously coming out. I think it's just really important to find a method where you as the individual don't have to make those assessments every single time, but you can rely on something else, whether it's an institution or something else that gives you the comfort that you need to make the decisions that you have to make.
Perfect. And you'll have seen the poll come up. That means 1 minute. And now we're probably 30 seconds into that. Any takeaways that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I mean, very quickly, it is possible to beat the God models by understanding the benchmark and by analyzing it very, very carefully. We have developed a methodology where we can far surpass the God models simply by, one, using the most appropriate model for the question, and then also using our own data to train agents to be able to understand the question in order to choose the models. So, so that's what we've got from using Legal Duel and from understanding other benchmark results as well.
Wonderful. Thank you ever so much again, Thor and Faisal. Off to our next video.
All right. Hello, everyone. You have the Cleary innovation team here. So I am Alona Logunova. I'm the Director of Practice Innovation. And I'm joined by Megan, who is our Practice Innovation Manager. We are really excited to share with you, what we've got cooking today. And we use that pun not so lightly. It really is quite intentional. Before we get started, I just wanted to take a chance to briefly introduce ourselves a little bit more. So Megan, I'll start with you and then I'll take it from there and then we'll dive right in.
Great. So I'm Megan McMillan, Practice Innovation Manager at Cleary, practicing lawyer for about 15 years in transactional law, and then moved into more of a KM and innovation role and been with Cleary for about 5 months.
And I'm the Director of Practice Innovation as Megan, really, working to found the innovation function at Cleary, which is very exciting. And we are working to bring in technologies to think about how we use technology to augment and accelerate our workflows and really just, embed AI into our organization more thoughtfully and more holistically. And of course, other innovation agenda items that roll from there. And exactly to that point, what we are introducing here today is how we started to think about our innovation journey and what we thought about as we brought our pilots forward, right? So as we all know, I'm sure many of us are involved in pilots as we speak of various technologies that we're thinking about testing within our organizations. And as we started to do this, and Megan and I put our heads together and we worked with our broader team, we were thinking about how we could do this systematically so that we could really understand what we had in the pipeline, but understanding too that it wasn't just about us. This is very much a team effort, right? There is no I in team. And we were working hand in hand with our other friends across support functions, across InfoSec and risk, our internal GC's office, our enterprise applications team, our infrastructure team, right? Our IT colleagues, our lawyers, really working across our organization in terms of reviewing each of the vendors, understanding what they bring forward, understanding how to put the pilot together, working within our own team. And there was just a lot to track and manage around each of the pilots and each of the vendors that we were reviewing. And we really thought about, how it was that we could make something easily accessible when we were tracking all of these items around bringing the pilots forward, and also easily explained to everyone that needed to see and everyone that needed to understand, including our leadership team within the firm, what it is that we're doing and what we're bringing forward. And, we took a really human-centric approach in terms of doing this. We thought about what was accessible in our daily lives and how we understood things, how we appreciated transparency. And a concept that came up for us was an open kitchen concept, right? If you walk into a restaurant and you see a kitchen that's open, there is some sort of peace of mind or some sort of satisfaction that you get from seeing everything orderly and everything working and the cleanliness of the kitchen, right? And the process, and understanding too that as you're having dinner or lunch or whatever it is, you're not looking over at the kitchen 100% of the time. But that any time that you look over, you will see exactly what's happening in real time at each moment in time. And we really wanted to experientially recreate that sort of experience, that sort of clarity of perspective, that sort of transparency with our audience, with all of our stakeholders, with all of our lawyers, and really wanted to bring the sort of open kitchen pilot tracker concept to life. And so with that, we really did that. We put it together, and Megan, I will hand it to you in terms of, the mastermind behind the creation of this and how you were thinking about it in terms of the format, the accessibility, and what you put together.
Yeah, awesome. So exactly what Ilona said, one of the things that kept coming up was just this concept of transparency and wanting to make sure that we could have sort of real-time, very clear insight into what we're working on and where we are in the process. A lot of times, as we know, pilots get postponed or things, the schedule changes, and we wanted people to know why instead of it just being sort of this empty communication around, delay. And we also wanted to have a way to communicate, as Ilona said, with our colleagues that were working with us on rolling these out. So looking at what was available to us, we landed on an Excel spreadsheet that we're sharing in OneDrive so that it is a collaborative document. We have swim lanes for each of our colleagues that we mentioned that are involved in our pilots. So we have the InfoSec group, we have the risk team, we have our knowledge solutions team, various IT functions that are working with us on building up these pilots from a technical perspective. And within the spreadsheet, we have real-time updates on what's happened, where we're going. We've also, with our users now jumping into this spreadsheet, we've had some requests for, can you have a link to the demo? Could you have a brief summary of what the tool does? So it's really been iterative and has a ton of information in one place. And so now our users, our colleagues that we're working with, everyone can go to this tracker, see where things are, have resources available. We also have links to our full pilot user group list, which has been very helpful also with transparency. Also, as Lona mentioned recently, creates a little FOMO, which I think is a good thing to get people involved in our pilots. So it's been super helpful, I think, as we've built our process internally to have a one-stop shop for everyone that also just is full transparency. We're not trying to hide anything. We want everyone involved. It's been super successful.
And that's that. And we are just so excited to share with you what we've been cooking up. We are excited to extend this concept to across our other pilot initiatives that we have rolling out, and really thinking, again, from a design thinking lens, how can we make it accessible? How can we make it inviting? How can we bring this information forward in a way that's clear and transparent and engaging so that people are excited to engage with whatever we put in front of them around our pilots? And that's all we have for you today. We're so happy to follow up if you have any questions. Thank you so much to the Skills team for inviting us and including us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ilona and Megan. Please join me on the stage. Another fantastic analogy, this time the open plan kitchen. A reminder about popping questions in the chat for Ilona and Megan to answer. I'm gonna start with my own until I see some good ones. One of the ones I wanted to, in my head, you know, when you say spreadsheet, I'm thinking it's just rows of data. It must be prettier than that if lawyers and others are looking at it. You mentioned swim lanes, so now I've got a different picture in my head. Can you somehow describe the actual thing that's shared, the tracker?
Sure, I can jump in. I think it is actually pretty. We've been, as I said in the video, you know, there's been some iteration as we go, and using some colors to sort of show where things are in the different lanes. But we have basically main sections for each tool, and then we have the columns for each of the different functions, and then within those columns we have sort of the update, the cells for updates, and that has grown to be more than one row, as you can imagine, because there's many things going on even within each of the columns. But yeah, we've tried to kind of, to your point, because our user group is pretty broad, we try to make it as simple but as inviting as possible. You know, when we first started thinking about this tool, I did a deep dive into sort of like, okay, well, you know, what tools are available to us, like project management tools at the firm, things like that, that could really be helpful. And the reality is that, you know, some of them are just a little too rigid, and you're not going to get sort of the occasional user logging in to see details of what's going on. So we, you know, the tried and true Excel has seemed to be the best place for us to land for this. But, you know, we're always thinking about ways to add on to it. You know, I've thought recently about maybe adding some visualization using like Power BI, or maybe even looking at automation. But again, I feel like we need to be careful to not make it too complicated.
Right, because the tracker isn't the thing. It's the information within the tracker that's the
right.
thing. Yeah,
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly. But I'll just add to that, you know, I think Excel is not known for being the prettiest girl in school, so to say, but I think data itself can be quite beautiful. And when you have clarity of data and clarity in the presentation, which is really something that we aim to do, and Megan really is the mastermind behind this, and, you know, she did an incredible job of just pulling this together and bringing clear descriptions to each of the tools, and we iterated on it, of course. But I think just seeing clear sets of information presented in front of you is just such a calming feeling. And again, it goes back to the experiential element of it. We wanted to bring a feeling to something that was a process, and to something that felt onerous and challenging and, you know, not so inviting in the first place. And so we wanted to flip the process on its head, but through a familiar delivery vehicle, which happens to be Excel. And, you know, we thought about Miro or other tools, and to Megan's point, but for many people, those tools themselves would be a new thing. And so we wanted to avoid that intermediary and just use something familiar.
Yeah. I was thinking we should rename this session Trust and Transparency, because I feel like there's a common thread about being transparent about some of our processes, what we're doing behind the scenes for our lawyers. One interesting question I noticed, and there's lots, so you're going to be busy after this, is using it as a funnel for horizon scanning. So seeing the new tools that you've yet to pilot, do you include those?
We do not right now. We do have in the works, we have more of sort of a database that will talk to sort of what we're looking at currently, what we've already looked at, sort of a way that someone can go and see sort of real-time status of all the different tools. We're thinking it through, because as much as we want to have transparency, we also don't want to create more confusion on why we made certain decisions. And so we're working on the right level of data to include there. But right now it's just current pilots is what we have in the tracker.
Yeah, and in terms of describing the tools, I saw Oz's great question in terms of, you know, are we leveraging LTH, or are we using our own descriptions? For now, we're using our own descriptions just to make it very simple and tailored to, you know, to everything that we're doing. And for us too, it's an exercise of sort of proving the value through the description and making it as tailored to our work as possible. But I think that's a great plug for LTH. We are subscribers, so we have access, and we can definitely leverage that going forward.
I'll
That's
actually just
awesome.
add that just yesterday, someone asked me for a demo of a tool, and it was something that we had not recorded a demo of. And so I actually sent a link to one of Nikki's demos from LTH. So and they loved it, and it was super helpful. So thank you, Nikki.
Yeah, you can see the blending and the stars collide with all the things that we're doing to provide. I think we're almost out of time. Any takeaways that you wanted to mention before you get busy on the chat answering all of those questions?
I think always just keep iterating. You know, it's something that we're always focused on. Nothing for us is a final version. It really is part of the process. And again, that's why we bring the metaphor to life. The kitchen is always busy. The kitchen's always active, as are we. And we always try to improve. And thank you for the participation today and for the opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you ever so much again, Eleanor and Megan. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to pivot to our next video from the Open Kitchen to some of that sticky data challenges that we have. So if I can ask David and Haley to take it away. Thank you.
All right, I'm Haley Altman. I'm a strategic advisor at Latera, and I'm joined by Dave Cunningham, Chief Innovation Officer at Reed Smith. And we are excited today to really delve into how law firms and legal teams can leverage critical data so that they can continue to grow their business. And so we're excited to talk about why this is so important to law firms and how vendors are partnering with law firms and responding to help solve this important problem. All right, I'll hand it over to you, Dave.
All right, thanks, Haley. Well, we wanted to identify some core principles up front. One is that we find firms often, when they're focused on data, analytics, and metrics, it's most often in the financial aspect, even whether you're looking at profitability, revenue, hours, rates, et cetera. And we want to emphasize that there are so many more business workflows in a firm that deserve equal attention and a really huge benefit. And the one we want to focus on today is really the business development, the pipeline aspect of the firm. And one thing that's fascinating about that is it's one of the few areas that's a leading indicator. Even if you are forecasting financials, you're doing it based on lagging indicators, how we billed last month. But knowing your pipeline of the firm and what's coming towards you is truly leading. And in other industries, it would be a norm, but in law firms, it's quite innovative to know your pipeline. And so investing in having these systems, integrating them together, automating the processes so that you have the data is key. Because saying I have a data warehouse isn't enough if you don't have 10 times the data that good processes can give you, like having an end-to-end business development flow. And then also is making sure this information can get into the hands of lawyers. No longer would we expect lawyers to have to call a human to ask them what's in those systems. That's a fundamental change.
Yeah, one of the things I think that we saw in talking with clients a lot is this information is really siloed into different systems, and people's access rights and their ability to flow between systems to get the information really seems to be a big problem. But there's a huge need to have this information in order to put together the best pitches, to understand what markets you might want to target. And these are all, to Dave's point, these are all leading indicators that can show us where there are these growth opportunities. And so how do we really start to take a look at what data is available, where does it sit, and how do we make it more accessible so people can ask more complex questions? So I think that's been a really big focus on a lot of people, breaking down those data silos.
And what's really cool is once you do that, it really unlocks a lot of insights that you can provide to the firm in your role. And I use the word insights because I certainly learned from our leadership that they don't want more bar charts. They don't want more dashboards. They say, tell me what the data is telling me. And that is it's a higher calling. And having data across these areas is a much more interesting role for us, I believe. And so one example I've got, connecting dots. One thing we've really enjoyed this year is now we're tracking 20,000 of our alumni, and we're tracking their job progression. And as one is promoted in a company, we check to say, is it a company that one of our practices named in their strategic plan that they would like to work with that we don't already? And if so, we identify that, and then we say, well, who knows that alumni? Oh, it's not that practice head, but it's Jonathan over there. Let's connect the practice head to Jonathan to the alumni, and then that helps them with an on-ramp to the company we identified. And that is, that's not rocket science, but it is just connecting dots in really smart ways in a millisecond rather than it happenstance a couple of years later. And just a million more examples once you really have complete quality data internally and externally. So at Reed Smith, we have spent the last 2-3 years investing considerably in this, what we call the strategy to matter process, starting with those strategic plans, standing up the CRM ecosystem, understanding pricing and resourcing, intake, and then obviously understanding everything we can about those matters, whether it's at intake or later from the documents. And so we make sure that any outreach turns into pipeline, and pipeline, we understand how it turns into a matter. We don't lose track of it as it goes along with this. And since I'm here with Haley, I'll highlight these two areas where we work very closely with Litera to use primarily their systems to make that happen. And then we tie that into our data warehouse and our analytics center of excellence. And then we went another step, which is creating a unified partner-friendly interface on top of all that. And we did that because we wanted our lawyers to see insights across our systems, not expected to log into different systems. And we wanted to make it mobile and personalized to deliver things maybe they're not even thinking about asking for, but definitely to create a layer above the systems and the process for them in the way that they think. And that it's been a huge impact on us. It's a real differentiator, but it's an incredible amount of work. The team we've had to build to pull this off is not something I recommend for most firms. And so Haley's going to recommend how Litera is helping to make that easier.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's one of the best things about working with such innovative firms like Reed Smith and with Dave is that it really helps you start to think about how these products and this data come together. And so what we've been doing is taking the different product suites we've had, looking at all the data integration points and starting to build that layer on top of it so the data comes together in a way where you can ask those complex questions. We saw a lot with foundation and experience management. Hey, we do a lot of work for life science companies in this area, but for a small subset, we do tax. Maybe we can recommend that the pipeline growth could be offering tax services to the other life science. Like, how do we make the connection, connect the dots, as Dave had mentioned in there? And it's why one of the products that you saw on the last slide that we've been really focused on is this lattice. How can I ask these complex questions, taking data from documents that we pull from Dragon with experience data, client data, to give that picture? And so the Litera vision kind of going forward is going to be this whole partner experience. How do these legal teams, partners, lawyers get access to the data where they're working? Whether a question comes in via email and they need to understand client experience and representative matters and what's market, or when they're drafting documents in Word. We want to bring information to where people are, but breaking down those silos and allowing for financial data to pair with matter data, to pair with client data and documents to give that complete answer. So that's the goal, give people the information where they work. And it's great to work with teams. And if you can put it under a infrastructure like Reed Smith 360, we want to be where people are.
Well said. And this is just one of the areas, but this is such an area that has just a huge impact on growing the firm. It is our number one initiative. And I'm glad to answer your questions for either one of us. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Dave. And we'll wait for Haley to join us on stage. That was a great presentation, some fascinating slides in there that I'm sure we want to delve into. Reminder to the audience, please pop your questions in the chat for me. It was a great presentation. David, you've really shown exactly what the joys of what you can do once you've figured out your data. We all are somewhere on that journey. I'm absolutely positive of where data is connected and contextualized. But I'm interested in, you started with a business development use case, which is an interesting one. Would you tell us how you started with that one?
Innovation plan has three strategic initiatives. So the first one we call growing the pipeline. The second we call financial optimization. And the third we call legal teams of the future. And so those are collectively the breadth of our focus. And you'll notice they all completely go across all the departments of the firm. They are, marketing and finance and operations and the client value team, et cetera. These are not innovations initiatives. These are the firm's initiatives that we invest in as the innovation team to add fuel to these other departments and say, how do we help you, 10x what you're doing by thinking longer term and pulling things across those silos. And so this one, the pipeline is, I guess, foremost for any firm, but for us, it helps to say, hey, if we are a growing firm and we are not only is the pipeline getting bigger, but it's getting smarter. These are the right clients, the right matters, they're priced right, and they're to the right people. That kind of solves a lot of other, opens other doors, and it's just so important to our growth. And then, and then we do a lot of lateral intake, and so every time a group of lateral partners come in, then you're able to feed them through. Say, how do we accelerate that integration process from 18 months to 6 months by connecting the dots rather than letting happenstance, get these people known through our global network. And so, fortunately, the numbers, when you start saying, oh, if I got, this number up a little bit and the laterals in the door faster and I cross-sold, 2% more, the numbers are incredibly positive. And so that helps to justify, our spending on these areas. They're really business initiatives rather than an innovation program.
Amazing, of course. So Haley, it's always exciting to see how Natera is helping to support your clients and firms in drawing together all the data silos. Can you tell us a bit more about Lattice and how it connects the data in Dragon and Foundation? Like, it's very exciting to see it all being connected like that. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, so no, it's a great question. And what we were wanting to do with Lattice is we knew that with Foundation, we actually had data sources from a number of different places. We had the Foundation experience data that was being built out, but it is enhanced by time and billing data, client data, employment data, so financial data. So it's all coming together there. We also knew that we have now with Dragon the ability to extract all of the detailed information in the deal documents to give a real 360-degree picture of the matter. Now, we wanted to make it so that people could ask questions across all of that data at once in one place in a more natural way. If you have to search through and figure out how to put together all these filters, and even when you're filtering, you're still limiting by the process of filtering, you limit it. And so what we wanted to do is give you the ability to just ask a question. So show me the matters in the last 6 months that are life science, where it's an M&A acquisition in the $50 to $100 million range with an earnout and a realization rate above 95%, because I need to budget for it when I'm pitching this client. It's a complicated question that touches.
That's a very complicated question.
I purposely complicated just because it touches so many systems, but it's each data point is a data point that Lattice can search for.
Right.
And so if you can make it so people can ask very complicated questions, you can ask them, enable them to drill in on the more nuanced questions that will really kind of help drive business. So we wanted to use this to break those silos.
Well, I'm so sorry we won't get to answer any more questions live, but if you are staying, would you mind just checking out the chat? People have lots of questions. The video was fascinating. We hope to hear more. Can't wait to hear more. Thank you very much for joining us. And this is a segue to our final video within this section. We're pivoting really fast. It's a fast industry. We're over to Rochelle and Christian to talk about back to AI.
Hi, I'm Rochelle Thompson, Senior Director, Practice and Client Innovation at Fasken. In a space that is evolving quickly, and there are many applications and tools that you can use to get to the same outcome, the vendors you choose to work with are important decisions. More on that in just a minute. But like many of you, we initially scrambled to find a secure alternative to the public Gen AI tools out there. Lego was instrumental in helping us implement a safe generative AI chat function for all of our users in the firm. We didn't have to build it ourselves, which freed up our innovation team to focus on bespoke needs. Additionally, Lega allowed us to leverage our license of Azure OpenAI within our own Microsoft tenant and flexibility to use any other models we choose to in the future. As our needs have evolved, we've been able to expand the way we use Lega. For example, we've created a number of apps within Lega that perform specific tasks, such as document comparison, which you probably have all done. And our users really appreciate that. As our users became more proficient, though, their expectations grew. While the level of prompting, expertise varies across our users, they still expect consistent output, which we all know can be influenced by a single word that could be different in the prompt. Also, the individual app approach could not meet all of our user needs. As we conducted outreach and gathered feedback on our AI tools, one thing became clear. Everyone wanted a prompt library. So we turned to Lega to see if it would be possible to embed this approach right in the application. We explained the requirements for a prompt library and shared some initial ideas. Lega came back with an innovative solution that exceeded our expectations. An integrated system that not only provided a prompt library, but also supported the creation of prompts with variables. This feature meets our users' expectations to streamline their interactions with the chatbot while also supporting a more personalized approach. So back to my initial comment about vendor selection and relationships being important. When we are lucky enough to have vendors that are open to making their product evolve, it is worth investing in that exchange of ideas and expressing clearly our requirements. Keeping in mind that we shouldn't come to them with the final solution. We can make suggestions on the functionality we're looking like or that we would like, but let the experts go away and then come back with a proposed solution. Because my lesson learned in this specific interaction was just that. Lega came back with a bigger and better solution than I had envisioned initially. Let's see how the vendor deals with clients like us. Christian, would you like to share your perspective on how you handle our requests and how you came to the proposed solution?
Thanks, Rochelle. So we were thrilled to collaborate with Fasken on this prompt library project because the firm's goals were deeply resonant with our mission to help visionary law firm leaders safely explore generative AI. We need to explore because we don't know where we're going yet. The models are changing by the minute, and the capabilities are truly path-breaking, so we can't just build or buy for a known set of use cases. We need hands-on experimentation at scale to learn and to test for value. And critically to this prompt library project, we need lots of diverse explorers involved. Every team member is going to see different opportunities and different value based on their unique background and experience. So the question is, how do we empower all of those users? We began, as Rochelle shared, by trying to make it as easy as possible for the innovation experts to quickly and safely spin up new apps, to test lots of different use cases, and to serve lots of different user groups without having to go back to the tech team for building support or without having to buy something new. And that's worked very well in many cases, but it also surfaced some important limitations. While many users could just take the ball and run with it, others experienced, in a phrase coined by the Fasken team that I absolutely love, blank prompt syndrome. They didn't know what to do. And that led to an insight that many users need more help. As a starting point, as Rochelle shared, the Fasken team requested that we help them save and share expertly refined prompts. We took that feature request from Fasken and had insight discovery conversations with our other customers to develop a holistic understanding of what our customers needed. And we realized that not only could we give Fasken exactly what they were asking for, but with a little innovative product design, we could actually go one step further. Instead of just giving users static prompts that require constant manual tweaking when they're used, we could empower users to build dynamic prompts that contain configurable parameters or variables to respond to context. And in essence, that would basically give every user their own little innovation lab. And what's more, for those sufferers of blank prompt syndrome, we realized that we could configure apps to automatically execute those dynamic prompts when the app is launched. So end users don't have to be greeted by that blinking cursor in a chat input field. Instead, we can present them with a simple form-based UI that asks them for a couple of inputs and lets them click a few buttons, go, and get immediate value. So that's what we built. Fasken can now meet all of their different users wherever they are on the arc of progress and sophistication, which means they can prevent anyone from being left behind while still challenging their most creative and enterprising users to break new ground and blaze new trails. In today's fast-moving and unpredictable AI landscape, no single team has all the answers. That's why partnerships with fantastic and supportive firms like Fasken are so essential. By working together, sharing challenges, ideas, and expertise, we've turned uncertainty into opportunity. And it's this kind of collaborative innovation that ensures we're not just keeping up with change, but we're actively leading and shaping the future in ways that truly matter.
Superb. That was The Legend of Zelda. We just thought we would announce you in a very dramatic fashion. The last session, we needed music. Thank you ever so much for a fascinating video. I'm excited by the relationship that you managed to get to. It's obviously dreamland for some of us to get to such a great relationship where you can actually deliver. So I want to ask way more about that, but I want to start about the prompt library. I think a lot of us have been working on prompt libraries, and Rochelle, you mentioned during your video about variables, and I didn't really understand what that meant. Could you expand on that a little?
I think our objective is to try to find some type of standardization in GenAI, which is not standard. So having a portion of the prompt that's always the same wording, but being able to plug in like something about jurisdiction and industry. And so you have these little pieces are just here, you're going to plug in this practice group name and you're going to plug in the industry here. And so the rest of the prompt is curated. It's the best it can do. And then you just have like bits to fill in. And so two things, it's a lot faster, removes the blank prompt syndrome, and it just allows for certain standardization and what's being outputted.
Right, that makes sense. And so how did you come up with that?
So I'll get Christian.
Well, it started, and this gets to your curiosity, Kate, about process and partnership. It started with the insight that, the conversational interface is great, but it leaves certain people behind. Some people love that agency and autonomy, and some people can't do it. And ordinarily, we might not worry about that. We'll just serve the power users first and work our way through the adoption curve. But I actually think these technologies are moving so fast and are so essential, if not existential, to our universe. We have to find a way to kind of meet everybody where they are today. And so once we saw how people were getting left behind, and we understood, as Rochelle teed up in the video, this challenge presented by kind of the stochastic nature of these technologies, which is you never know exactly what you're going to get unless it's done in a very particular way. We knew we had to balance the customization and configurability that would, in a kind of a democratic way, empower lots of end users to help us find the cool, valuable use cases, but still allow the firm to shape the responsible journey and keep one hand on the tiller. And that was the balance we were trying to strike. And everyone knows variables, everyone's done mail merges, everyone kind of understands that concept. So it seemed like a nice way to implement it in a law firm that would be familiar.
That's excellent. And what's the feedback been from lawyers so far, Rochelle?
So we're in the process. In fact, this came out with the most recent version of Lega. So we're in the process of building it out. There's lawyers that tapped into it right away. Like we see that they can build their own, right? So they've been working on that. Our objective over the next month is to work with our CAM lawyers, which we're really lucky to have an incredible set of, and being able to iron out those crafted prompts that are more specific to the practice groups and then supply them to those practice groups. So it's going to be a really nice iterative approach. We're going to keep on building. And so there's exploration that's already started, and then we're going to be able to start giving them something curated.
So that was the poll. So if you could fill out your poll, please. That means we've got a minute left. I want to get onto the relationship. So how you work together to build something so brilliant. I'd like to dig into what was the back and forth like between you? Did you have wireframes? Some of us understand product management and how you do that. Did you do anything different?
I think it's very collaborative, but Christian has a great client feedback kind of going already, like sessions and groups. And I think it's been very much discussion based in that aspect, and then iteratively validating, but go ahead.
Yeah. And I think Rochelle hit on it very well at the end of her segment. I think the lightweight nature of the collaboration is a feature, not a bug, Kate, because this is an area where I think law firms tend to overbuild and overbuy. They think they know what they want. They need all the bells and whistles, et cetera. But you have to build things that are functional and based on actual user behavior-based signal. Like anyone who's built products knows that. And what Fasken did is they came to us and told us the problem they were trying to solve and allowed us to see the evidence of what was going wrong and why, and then allowed us to take our product expertise, put a fresh look on that, and find the pathway forward. And when we happen to get it right this time, I'm sure we won't every time. But that sort of process that starts with the problem but allows latitude in the process, I think was kind of the magic here.
Amazing. Thank you ever so much. If I can ask you now to go to the chat, because there are questions there that people have asked. And so I want to make sure the conversation is going to continue in our breakout rooms. So we're gonna do that one more time.
So we are going to announce in 15 minutes when we come back from the breakout rooms, we're going to announce the winner in the very close second place from the. So it was very neck to neck. And then we're going to, at 3:20, we're going to switch to the Remo. The people on the YouTube can join us at the Remo, and we're going to put the link here as you guys go to the breakout rooms.